Hi. Hi. Damn, the music is a lot louder than I thought it would be. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, guys. There, let me change that music a little bit. There we go. Good morning. Hi. Look how cozy we are. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Hi. Holy. Y'all ever see us so cozy? Good morning. Hi. 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 Hi Bozo, congrats on first. Hi Alex, hi Mizui. Hi Raxin. Hi Calamity, hi Stinung. Yo, yeah, I'm the Yule Ghoul. The Yule Ghoul is here. Hi. Hi. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you? How are you guys doing? How are you? I got my tea. It's gingerbread tea. We're getting festive. We're getting festive in here. Hi. Hi, Thanos. Tea. We got you. Hi, Chris. I was reading off the thing. Hi, Chris. Hi. Hi, Fearless. Hi, Dumdy Dum. You didn't do the hi redeem. But hi. 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 How are you guys? I can't spell. Can't spell teehee. What the heck? Thank you. What the heck? Hi, Soft Kitten. Thank you for the 10 biddy. What the heck, you? What the heck? Thank you. Boo. Ah! Whoa, it's Spider. Hi. How are you? Nice. Nice. A comfy, cozy morning. Comfy, cozy morning. But the redeem, yeah. Nope. No bonkening. No bonkening. A lot of the redeems are on hold for today because we're gonna be reading. It's comfy cozy time today. I'm tired. I feel that. I was gonna say go bed unless work, then go bed. Nope, no bonk ASMR. Just book. Just change that N to an O. No redeem, yes. No redeem. Very sad. Very sad. The only one available is glasses. I am peak morning. Literally the most morning. A work nap. Yeah. Whoa. See? Glasses. Glasses. But yeah, aren't we so comfy cozy? Ooh. Ooh. I found this on Ko-fi by Sinikyu. Yeah, thanks Sinikyu. I'm mispronouncing your name 100%. But thanks. Thank you. But horror reading. Yay, no work. Let's go. Comfy. A comfy Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Since you got back from work 6 hours ago? And I'm gonna guess you worked 8 hours and then you've been up for 6. You should go to bed. Or you can, it's okay, you can fall asleep. We can fall asleep to the book we're reading. Yeah. It's not an insult to fall asleep during stream. It's a compliment. I take it as a compliment. Because not many, you gotta be picky with what you fall asleep to, you know? At least I am. But then again, I fall asleep to like Oni plays and like there's a calm spectrum where I listen to Wax Fraud, which is he's a Minecraft YouTuber. Very calming, very relaxing. And on the other side of the spectrum, I listen to Oni Plays, like compilations, so yeah. Which is not really calming, but there's enough talking going on for my brain to calm, you know? You know, if you know, you know. Yeah. Take this as a bedtime story for if it's nighttime for any of you. If it's the late hours in the evening. Yes. Yeah. But I hope you guys are doing well. Yesterday the games we played, bro. The Resident Evil games are so much fun. I'm so glad. Dude, the Umbrella Chronicles, that one was not as much fun as the Dark Chronicles. The Dark Chronicles might make me feel like I'm gonna flow up, but 1 p.m. right now. Well, it's nighttime for you since you night shift. EP, hell yeah. I guess, yeah, that's the vibes. That's the vibes we got going. So, yeah. And then later on yesterday, I was on Medi's game show along with Wendy Gothic and Meadow Leventis. And it was very fun. I won. I won the Jeopardy portion. Yippee. Yippee. I don't know how. It was all rigged. I think the music is what got me through. Guessing Christmas songs that aren't Christmas songs. Yippee. W. Yeah, you're good. I wouldn't be surprised if Medi saved as a VOD, but even though it was rigged, and it's my second one that I've been a part of, so let's go. I'm 2 for 2 right now for the ones I've been a part of. So yeah, I'm just really good at Jeopardy. Good. Yippee. The Medi Jeopardy champion. Yeah, that's me. But it was super fun playing with Meadow and Wendy. Had a good time. Very good indeed. Yeah. A belt, yeah. I'm the Medi champion. Jeopardy. Medi champion. Jeopardy. Jeopardy. Yeah. Yep. Big. What would the belt have on it? I feel like the Herbert face. Herbert. Yeah, it was funny. Especially like seeing some of your guys' reactions to like, I know the answer, me, I know. And your hints were very interesting. Well, hi. Hi, Havoc. Long time no see. Just confused the whole time. Personified, yes. I'm the ghost of Christmas present. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. I was just confused the whole time. Don't worry, we were too. We had no idea. Medi did have us draw like sorry for telling you guys to start at 5. That's what I thought. And then Medi was like, "Oh, we need an hour to prepare." It's because we needed to draw like the prompts were what is your ideal Christmas? What does Christmas mean to you? And your New Year's resolution. And yeah. Want everyone to be confused? Yeah. That's just how Medi rolls. He's like, I'm just gonna want everyone to be confused, and that's yep. Yeah, I totally drew all 10 Slenderman pages, yeah. That's totally what I drew. Medi totally didn't like, you know, mess with the evidence and put that in. Same with, you know, his perfect Meadow's perfect Christmas being him and being Meadow and Medi. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, It was really fun. Very good, very good. And we even had, you know, a special surprise guest of a fire alarm. Wow, twice. And fairy godmother, which is crazy. The sponsor of Medi's stream. That was so funny. I'm glad she can make it. That was funny. I like that. She was just watching the whole time, waiting, making sure the sponsorship was good. Yeah. Yeah. Was that flying by the window? Where? A snow. There's snow. I don't know what you're talking about. When she came. What do you mean? That's not me. Why would you say that? That was fairy godmother. I was standing at the table. What do you mean? I saw it too. She was going crazy. I guess my bad. Yeah. Yeah. We chillin'. I may or may not be drinking tea out of a flower pot. I don't really know. Baked any snacks so far? We baked a beetle bread. Baked some beetle bread. And then this Friday, Mon and I are gonna be baking gingerbread. Also known as a starts with a D. A D. And then a fern. A D. A D. Not a D. It was flour, water, sugars, salt, and yeast. It was just, I don't know, white bread, probably. There was no beetles in the beetle bread, no. It was just bread in the shape of a beetle. His name was Reginald. And Regina turned into an alcoholic. But yeah. When we, yeah. And then, yeah, this Friday we were making gingerbread, so. No, Reginald wasn't the alcoholic. Regina was. Yeah. Because I made the dough prior, the day before. And then we baked it into bread. That became Reginald. And then on stream, we made a new dough, and that was Regina. And then Regina proofed for too long and became an alcoholic. So she needed to go to rehab. So, yeah, that's what happened. Douglas fir. Ah, yes. Thank you. Douglas. I need to look. Douglas fir. Become something I know. Yeah. Both be alcoholic? Well, Regina, as I took her out of the bowl to turn her into a loaf of bread, she reeked of beer. So, and Reginald just didn't go down that route, surprisingly, even though Reginald had been proofing overnight as well. So, I don't know. Don't know. Reginald got 8, yeah, but that was Reginald's purpose. Yeah. I don't think anyone would want to eat Regina, because I think you would get sick. Hi Monstro, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, I think I'm drinking out of a flower pot because, so we were when we, you know, the thing when you have a live Christmas tree, you put it in the specific thing, so it's like a pot for it. Yeah, this was in it when I grabbed it, so, but then put it in the dishwasher and it's a perfect mug, a perfect handless mug. It would have been still safe. I don't know. I asked my roommates and they're like, "Oh, hell no, throw that away." So I was like, "Okay, we'll throw it away." There was actually a bug that flew into it too, so maybe it was for the best. And then my roommates were trying to say like, "What are the odds you'll eat that dough with a piece of bug on it?" And I'm like, "None. I'm not eating it." I'm like, "I'm not eating it." Oh, thank you. What the heck, Chris? Wow, little dumpling. Well, make sure to say hi. Make sure to say hello. Hello. Extra protein, yeah. But no, I'm good. I'm good. Like me. Yeah, I've eaten 11 crickets, doused in, you know, up to 2 million Scoville hot sauce, and also eaten a zebra tarantula. You know, not to brag. Yeah, I'm eating bug. Tarantula, yes. Chris also ate spider, also ate tarantula, and so did Miyu. And then Mon, she almost ate it, but didn't reach the goal. Oh, Havoc. What the heck? Thank you. What the heck, Havoc? Thank you. What the hecky? I just noticed that. Oh, it's because. Where is that? Blink. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you. What the heck? Thank you for the 10 gifted, Havoc. What the heck? Thank you. Merry Christmas. Make sure to say thank you if you got a chubby from Havoc. Thank you. What the heck? What the hecky? Thank you so much. What the? Merry Christmas. Oh, oh, oh. Santa. Agent Elf. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. What the heck? Oh, I didn't notice we skipped the 1,111 hiccup. Damn. Yeah. Thank you, guys. What the heck? Thanks, Santa. Oh, oh, oh. Thanks, Santa. Thanks. Thanks, man. That was yesterday, meow. Yeah. True. It was, yeah. Either way. You be. I think it was because I was too locked in. I don't know when. No, I was looking out the window. Santa flew past, and you know, see right there. Thanks, Santa. Bye. It really must be his workshop. Yeah. Santa's letting us borrow his workshop for reading the book. Yeah. Santa has an Airbnb in the North Pole. The first time he was there, yeah. Look at him. Bye bye. When it happened, I see. I'm not surprised. Yeah, there ain't no way. Excuse me? I don't think I qualify. I'm a little too tall to be an elf. You must be survived times. Yeah. Just had to help Mrs. Claus bake some cookies. Teehee, I know. But yeah, I'm so excited for Friday. Baking cookie. And I don't know. Fingers crossed we can get Mon to. I don't know. Maybe we can get Mon to play Umbrella Corp. Umbrella Chronicles. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. We'll see. We'll see. My best puppy eyes. Please. This holiday season. Reminds me of like you remember those commercials? It's like a quarter a day can save a puppy. And you'd feel so bad because you'd be like, as a kid, you'd be like, I don't have a quarter. No quarter. You're like, I want to get my quarter to them so bad. Please play a game. Please, man, quick, play a game with me. Well, look, it's a holiday. It's Christmas. We'll see, we'll see. Play RUE together. See? She is widowy. It's widowy. Christmas, Monqueek. What the fuck? Havoc! What the heck? Thank you. W. Get 20. What the heck? Thank you for the 20 gifted as well. What the heck? I'm sorry, that was probably very loud. I'm sorry. True, it's a big thing. It should be loud, you know? It's a holy shit. It's 20 gifted. So thank you. I'm sorry. Oopsie, my bad. Not loud enough. Oh god. But thank you. What the heck? Thank you for the 20 gifted. What the heck? Make sure to say thank you. Say thank you if you got a sub. Thank you, thank you. Otter version? Turn up 2%. I'd probably have to go in stream elements. Turn up to 11. I want, it might actually be at the highest setting already. I'll look. But thank you again, and sorry for your guys' ears blowing up, especially with this calm atmosphere. I forgot how does, there it is. How is one streamer? What the hell? What the hell? Oops. Yeah. Where is it? Where's the sound? Oh, it's like, it's not, it's at 30. Oh, no more cold breath? We're inside. It's cozy in here. I'm going ghost! %70 more sounds like hell, don't do it. Scared? Well, I won't, well... Yeah, it's at 30 now, so... yeah, it'd probably blow up all of our ears if I turned it up more. That's what I was referencing. Danny Phantom. He's a phantom. Yo, Danny Phantom, he was just 14. I didn't turn it. I don't want to. I love the time that I make a. Let's make it calm and relaxing. You guys are like, let's blow up all our eardrums right now, simultaneously. Oh, 7. Never saw it though. I only saw like the same few episodes like in a row, like the lunch lady one.
Trick or treat.
What the heck you? What the heck you?
Bozo gifted a tier 1 sub to first_havoc. They have given 300 gift subs in the channel.
Holy 300! Yo, congrats! Holy, thank you. Thank you, Bozo, for the get this up to Havoc. And oh my god, we're already at level 5. Yeah! Yeah, no! Thank you. Holy. Hello, Hayoki. Holy, what the heck? Thank you, guys. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you, Bozo. And thank you, Havoc. What the heck? What the heck? Thank you. Yeah, we're reading a book today. We're coming cozy. Sucks that my allergies are going off, so I'm a little congested. But on themselves. It's okay. That's the spirit of giving. Yeah, get cozy, get comfy. We have a book that we're gonna read today. It is. Yeah, it's Mistletoe and Murder by Carolina Dunn. It's an autographed copy, guys. I'm sure you're jealous. Or else. Yeah, get comfy or cozy. And cozy or else. Bum, bum. You don't want to know what happens. What the heck? Thank you guys for level 5 hype train. What the hecky? What the hecky? Wow. That's so sweet. Yeah. Hi Dark Knight, how are you? Whoa! Almost dropped the book. Oh. When I have to go walk my dog on the other end. The opposite of comfy and cozy. Good morning, hi. Knowing the hype? What do you mean the hype? You're talking about the train. You're already a part of it. Mistletoe and Murder. What the heck? Thank you. Yeah, you are. That's what's the 30. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Knight, for the 200 gifted biddies. my brain imploded, but I'm not conducting. I mean, I mean, what qualifies as being the conductor? I mean, it really depends on how you see it, I guess. Like, choo choo, choo choo. How do you know who's the conductor? I didn't even know that is there actually like what? What the?
Choo choo.
Choo choo. Oh, you get a badge. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Choo choo. Thank you for that level 5. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you for the 500 biddy. No, wow, we're on level 6, guys. This is on a random Wednesday, not Tuesday. That was yesterday. No, I do watch. I watch my friends, but I guess I never noticed the badge. What the heck, guys? What the heck?
Thanos Gaming 15 gifted a tier 1 sub to Oki Brewies.
Thank you. What the heck? Thank you, Thanos. What the heck, guys? What the heck? Thank you. Yeah. What the heck? Thank you for gifting a subby to Oki. What the heck? Yes, we love the automatic voice. The voice of Twitch. I mean, I wish I could. I wish I could. I would if I could. Hey, thank you. What the heck? Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. That's so sweet. What the heck? Make sure the spirit of giving, you know, Christmas. Aw, thank you. I love and appreciate you guys too. Thank you. What the heck are you? What the heck? Just a little guy. I hope you all are having a wonderful Christmas season or holiday season. I'm glad I get to celebrate the holiday season with you guys this year. Last year I wasn't able to because I was moving. Hi. Hi, Wake. It could either most likely Havoc. Thank you. You too. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Wake. That'd be a crazy collab. I'd be surprised. Ah, you're too sweet. You're too sweet. My teeth are falling out. Literally falling out. I now need dentures. What the heck? Wow, I don't know what to say, but yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. And Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Or good day. Good Wednesday. It's still ice. It's all snowy. You can be all cozy, snug as a bug in a rug inside with a nice hot beverage, I hope. A bevy, one may say. But yeah. Thank you guys again for the level 6. I appreciate you. All the subbies. Thank you. And biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you. I feel it feels. I'll wait for the for the train. But thank you guys. That's so sweet. What the heck? Yeah, that's so sweet. Thank you. Chai tea. Ooh, love a chai tea. Wah, wah. Thank you. Excuse me, alerts. Where are you? Sorry, okay. Thank you, Havoc, for gifting a subby to that. And thank you. I wish the alert didn't happen, but but thank you. What the heck? Thank you guys for the level 6 hype train. That's so sweet. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Choo choo, choo choo. The hecky. Thank you. Choo choo. Okay. Okay. That's the emote I got. Alfredo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yippee! Thank you guys again thank you for being so nice and generous and sweet. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, I see. I don't know how you pronounce that O though. Tough. Alrighty. Who would like so shall we get started? I don't know what I was gonna say. W community. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so right. So true. W community. It's pronounced. Wow, thanks. Wow, I totally get it now. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, the book we're reading today is Mistletoe and Murder, which is a Christmas horror book, I assume. I picked it up at a thrift store and I thought, wow, Christmas murder mystery? Horror? Thriller? Christmas edition? That'd be perfect. One day I forgot, I'm right here. Murder. Yeah, so I don't know what to expect. I like in the thrift store, I flipped to a random page and I read it and I'm like, all right. And this is gonna be a lot easier to read than the last two books we read. The last ones were Old English and I don't even know what I was reading. Yeah. Printed Lifetime movie. Yes. Yippee. Alrighty. Alrighty. Should I read the prologue? Yeah, we gotta read the prologue. Wait, oh my god, we're gonna be in London! Alrighty. Dr. Seuss Wan. Redfish, bluefish, two fish. Alrighty, everyone get cozy, get comfy, get a hot bevy, and excuse my fumbling of words, teehee. Y'all know I'm dyslexic. You know how it is. Alrighty. Prologue. Cornwall, 1874. The sailing barge slid smoothly. Goddamn, it's gonna be a little hard in the beginning. You know, I gotta get used to it. Reading, yeah, that is. The sailing barge slid smoothly down the Tamar. What the fuck? On the ebbing. Shit. Never mind. I thought I picked a good book. Am I fucked already? British accent for world immersion. Sorry, it's gonna slip into an Australian one if I do that. The ebbing tide. With no need to man the oars, the crew were at leisure to watch the two young gentlemen seated in the bows. Beyond the obvious similarities, the fair mustaches and whiskers of faces proclaimed a close relationship. The elder was Lord Norville, heir to the 6th Earl of Westmourne. Da-na-na-na. His country tweed knickerbocker suit contrasted with his companion's military gear. Albert, his youngest brother, had recently returned from India and wore the uniform of I can't read. In the Duke of Cornwall's own regiment. Yeah. The brothers' faces revealed more than they shared. An ancestry. They were obviously quarreling. Their voices were lowered so that even the closest of sailors could not guess the cause of their dispute, but it appeared to be no minor matter. The yellowing reed beds fell away to either side. The barge began to bob as the river merged into the widening Astrari? Yep. The captain shouted an order, and the crew moved to raise sail. The Norvilles urged on. Obvious. A frigid... What? Yep. Steamed out from the naval dockyard. A Devonport. I swear, if you guys looked up this book and are reading with me, I'm gonna be so how dare. You're a fool, cried Lord Norville at last. No good can come from this idiocy. Give me that paper. He darted a hand inside Albert's coat and pulled out a paper from the breast pocket. Ripping it in half, he stood up, his arm back to throw it overboard. Albert sprang onto his feet and grappled with him, shouting. His words were drowned by the throb of the freight engines. Heedless in her power and ignorance, the ship cut across the sailing barge's path. Her bow wave caught the small boat, tossing it about like an autumn leaf on the wind. Caught off balance, both young men toppled over the side. By the time the horrified boatman brought the barge around, the brothers had disappeared without a trace. I just know the word you're trying to say. Thanks. Well, that was someone got two guys were murdered over a dispute. That was the prologue. Wow. Dead for sure. Yeah, well, that's not what I expected this to start off with. Wow. So maybe, is that the mystery? Well, we solved the mystery, guys. They died. Over a dispute. Thames. Murder. Alrighty, chapter 1. London, 1923. Mother, you simply can't. It's no good being difficult, Daisy. The Dowager Viscountess. Guys, I thought this was a modern day book. I swear. Excuse me? The Dowager Countess's smugness insinuated itself between the crackles on the wire. Perhaps you didn't catch what I said. This is a shockingly bad line I wrote to Lord Westmore as soon as Violet mentioned that you were going to the Brockden just before Christmas. And I must say, I do not think I shouldn't have to wait to hear your news from your sister. Sorry, Mother. I have been frighteningly busy since Alec and I got home from America, but Westmore was most obliging. Yes. It's arranged already. We shall all join you on the 23rd. All? I warned Westmore that you had married a policeman. You ought to have invited the Earl to the wedding. Daisy? The Norvilles are relatives, after all. Only just, Daisy muttered, rebelliously. Second cousins by marriage twice removed, or something. Still, that slight connection had embodied her to ask his lordship's permission to write about Burdockdean, so she couldn't very well complain. As Lady Dalrymple Dalrymple continued to do, Daisy had missed some of what she said, but she gathered Alec had not been banished from the family gathering because of his infradig profession. And I suppose one cannot very well separate him from his little girl at Christmas. I should hope not, Mother. Besides, Belinda is my daughter now, too. The telephone wafted a resigned sigh to her ear. Yes, dear, and Violet tells me she and Derek are thick as thieves, so perhaps they will keep each other out of mischief. Or egg each other on. Daisy didn't say. What about Mrs. Fletcher? Darling, do you think your mother-in-law would be quite comfortable in such company? A bank manager's widow, I gather, and merely a bank branch. Yes. Mother bows her own grandchild, and it's Christmas we're talking about. An unconvinced silence forced Daisy to play her trump. Yep. And she plays bridge. She's out right now at her weekly bridge evening. I apologize. I gotta BRB real fast. Ponder on what we got going so far. Hello. Hello. Sorry for the wait. Hi Wolf, how are you? Oh, thank you. Hello. Oh, hello. Dunk. Hi. Hi Cash. How are you? Hi Tesco. Hello. And good morning. Ow. It was the butler? Damn, I should have known. You guys. Whoa, I didn't know you guys were detectives or something. But hi. We're reading a book. And, I didn't know it was set in 1920s England. Of course, welcome in. Uh-huh. They got me into defective? No. No. But hi. Basically, all we know, we just started. We're in chapter 1. We read the prologue. 2 guys were fighting and they went overboard on a boat. And then now there's this mother and daughter, I think, who are fighting over who should be, or they're bickering about who should be invited over for Christmas. From what I'm gathering. Hi, Spider. Does that track? Would you guys say that's also what's happening? And it is Christmas. Yep. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Where did I leave off? I'll start here. Christmas party invite? Yep. That's what's going on. Alright. Mother bails her only granddaughter, and it's Christmas we're talking about. An unconvinced silence forced Daisy to play her trump. And she plays a bridge. She's out right now at her weekly bridge evening. There was a thoughtful pause, then a downward snapped. A what? Yep. Oh, very well. Since you've never bothered to learn the game, I did mention to Westmore that she might come, and he raised no objection. Now, really, Daisy, I can't afford to go on chatting endlessly with the cost of trunk calls. What is this? What is it? What it is? I'll see you on Sunday. Goodbye. Daisy hung the earpiece on its hook and hurried from the entrance hall back to the sitting room. It was a pleasant room, for which Daisy gave the credit to Alec's first wife. The heavy mahogany furniture had been reupholstered with cheerful prints. The walls, no doubt once covered with the somber wallpaper beloved by the Victorians, were now painted white, while over the masterpiece, where Daisy suspected a stag had stood endlessly at bay, hung a colorful view of Mont. Yep. Alec's mother could not blame Daisy for the transformation. She did quite rightly hold her responsible for the lapse from rigid formalities represented by books and magazines left open on tables, a half-completed jigsaw puzzle, a silk scarf flung over the back of the chair in such depredations. I can read. The worst of these sprawled on the hearthrug before the cheerful fire. Nana Belinda's multicolored mongrel puppy, who sprung up when Daisy entered the room and pranced to greet her as if she had been gone for 5 months, not 5 minutes. Down, Nana. Or Nana. Nana? Yeah, Nana, said Belle, tossing back a ginger pigtail as she looked around from the game of chess she was playing with her father. Sorry, Mummy. It's all right, darling. She didn't jump up. She's getting much better. So was Belinda. She no longer stammered when she addressed Daisy as Mummy, as she had at first, though she could barely remember her own mother. She was quite comfortable now with frequent hugs and other signs of affection, which her grandmother had withheld for fear of spoiling the child. She smiled and laughed much more often than when Daisy had first entered her life. Daisy recognized her self-satisfied musing as an attempt to postpone revealing the Dowager Viscountess' latest machinations. At last, Miss Fletcher's absence meant Daisy could let Alec break the news to her gently. Later. Darling, she began guiltily, just as Alec moved a bishop, looked up and asked, "What did your mother have to say, Daisy?" You don't want to know. Daisy dropped into a chair. You remember Mother was complaining that her house is too small to have the whole family visit for Christmas? But she wouldn't accept Cousin Edgar's invitation for all of us to far the land of far, far away. I wish she'd be reconciled to Edgar and Yep, her name's Grenadine now. It's nearly 5 years since Father died, and the poor man inherited. Yep, yeah, what did he inherit? Alright. Hi. She might find it easier if the Dower house weren't so close to... How many times is this word we said? I'll sound it out. Okay. Feyrakres. If it wasn't that, it would be something else. When she's in her coffin. Oh, she'll be complaining if she's buried 5 feet, 11.5 inches down instead of 6 feet. Little pictures, Alec warned. Oh dear, forget I said that, Belle. Said what? Belinda asked, raising her eyes from the chessboard. Daddy, I rather think you've cornered my queen. What? What? Beast, said Daisy, who hadn't the patience for chess. He's not. I told Daddy he mustn't let me win. And I told you you mustn't let him let you win. Quite right, darling. He's still a beast. No, he's not, Belle said astonishedly. He gave me 4 pawns before we started. Righto. He's absolved. You're not, though, Daisy, Alec put in, grinning. What has Lady... Dalrymple had been up to. You're not going to believe this. She somehow concerned Lord Westmore into inviting us all to spend Christmas at Brockton. V and Janine too. And your mother, of course. Will Derek come? At Daisy, my bad. Daisy's nod. Belle's freckled face glowed. Spiffing! Spiffing! You did say Superintendent Crane is giving you Christmas off, darling. Yes, I worked over both Christmas and New Year's Day last year. I've no excuse to turn down Lord Westmore's invitation. Does he realize what he's let himself in for, do you suppose? He's not going to be there, I'm pretty sure. But I bet you anything you like... What? But I bet you anything you like Mother thinks he will be. She didn't give me a chance to break the news. Our host won't be present? Well, when he gave me permission to write about Brockton, he told me it was an ancient family custom to spend Christmas there. But the custom fell into absence ages ago. Now the house is inhabited by poor relations. I don't believe he told Mother. Perhaps he was getting his own back for being maneuvered into issuing the invitation. She'll be furious. I need to pick more modern day books, man. Nor would Mother be pleased to discover what the journey to Brockton entailed, Daisy thought. Stepping up onto the cobbled quay from the motorboat which had brought her up to the Tamar from Plymouth, she turned to wave goodbye to the boatman. Oh, are we leaving now? Also, books that are from the UK. You're so right. Maybe if I did read this in a British accent, it'd be easier to do. But I think I'm just gonna line into Australian. I've been doing the Australian accent too frequently because of Meadow. Hi Meadow. Hi Meadow. Hi. What the heck? Whoa, 15 stream streak. Thank you. What the heck? It's so sweet. Hi. Hi. How are you? Alrighty. Do it? I don't think I can anymore. It's gonna turn into Australia and how's the book club going? I can't read. That's how it's going. Lord Westmore had warned her that Brockton was quite isolated. Not only was the way by road treacherous in the extreme, but at this time of year, the Cornish lanes were deep in mud. Motor vehicles attempting them frequently had to be rescued by cart horses. From the nearest station at Calstock, one might walk a couple miles to Brockton along a Merly public footpath, but the Earl did not think Daisy would care for that. To hire a launch and go up the river was quicker, simpler and cheaper than an alternative, though Daisy's editor at Town and Country took some persuading that he wouldn't be paying her expenses for a pleasure jaunt. Eventually, she convinced him. Nonetheless, the boat trip had been a pleasure. For a start, it was a beautiful day. Daisy was quite warm enough in her healthier mixture tweed costume with her winter coat. The soft, mild air of the West Country had little in common with the dank chill of London's atmosphere of coal smoke and petrol fumes. The sun shone through a high, shuffling haze, bringing an intermittent sparkle to the blue haze waters of Plymouth Sound. Herring gills circled overhead. The chatty boatman, his Devonshire accent thick and rich as clotted cream, had announced the sights to Daisy as they putted past Plymouth Hoe. Derrick's Island, the busy Royal Navy dockyards at Davenport, the Spanish Steps. Hi, Doctor. I am reading a book. It's called Mistletoe and Murder. As they continued, the channel narrowed, and the water turned to gray-green. The Tamar wound between yellow reed beds and wooded cliffs, with the hills of Devon and Cornwall beyond to either side, a patchwork of green, gold, and brown. The boatman pointed out a tiny stone chapel right on the riverbank at Halton Quay. He told Daisy he'd heard there was another such at Brockton, not visible from the river, near the chapel. Lime kilns belched smoke into the air, making quicklime for fertilizer. Doesn't it burn the plants? Daisy asked. She had a vague memory of reading about quicklime being used to destroy plague-ridden bodies. Oh! 'Tis slacked we. 'Tis slacked we. Water afore it be put on the fields, the boatman assured her. See them cottages? They do say in the old smuggling days a red petticoat hung on the washing line gave warning of the preventives. And which end it hung told whereabouts they was searching. He spoke with a touch of nostalgia. Daisy noted with amusement, and she piled him for further tales of the smugglers. Maybe she could develop the stories into an article. They do say, he finished, nosing the boat in next to the stone wharf at Brockton Quay, as one o' the chief smugglers, as one of the chief smugglers, Red Jack, were related to the family at Brockton, and they had hid him from the dragoons. That's what it says. They had hid him from the dragoons when he were hurt bad, but that were nigh on 100 years past. And what the truth of it might be, I couldn't rightly say. It's an interesting story, anyway. So 'tis. Now they're here. But now so 'tis. Now these here docks are silting up since they put in the railway to Calstock. Few years more and you'll be able to come in at high tide, less lest they do dredge, times surely do change. Thank ye kindly, miss, he added, as she tipped him. There, let me put your bags ashore, then oil to hold her steady for you. Daisy watched rather anxiously as he slung her baggage onto the quay, including her camera and tripod. Early Christmas presents from Alec, and her portable typewriter. Gotta have a save with you at all times. Then she disembarked, and the boat put-putted away down the river. No one was about. Glancing around, she saw a small public house, a few cottages, a warehouse, more of the rather sinister smoke-belching lime kilns, and a lodge guarding a very steep drive. Brockton itself, the forfeited manor house, was invisible, presumably at the top of the hill. Daisy looked at the hill, looked at her baggage, and groaned. Lord Westmore had said he would notify the household of her coming, and she herself had written to Miss Norville to say when she would arrive. She hoped she was not as unwelcome as present appearances, or rather non-appearances, suggested. At that moment, a door slammed as a stringy youth in a jerkin, breeches, yep, and gaiters, came out of the pub and looked over to the quay. Yep, Quay. Yep. Seeing Daisy, he trudged towards her, trundling a handcart across the cobbles. God, this is so British. Hello, said Daisy. I hope you've come to the house to take my baggage up. Aye, the youth, a gardener probably, touched his cap and slightly loaded his brow. That's not brow. Burrow. Yeah. Without another word, he set off. Daisy scuttered to catch up. In her usual friendly way, she attempted to chat, but not only was he taciturn, when he didn't speak, his Cornish accent was nearly impenetrable. She had the greatest difficulty understanding a single word, and soon gave up hope of advance information about the household she was about to encounter. In any case, before they reached the top of the hill, she had no breath to spare for talking. Reluctant to arrive, panting, she paused at the top. The gardener plodded on regardless between a row of huge sycamores and a long, low building of lichened granite. It looked pretty ancient, though in excellent repair. A barn, perhaps, or stables. A faint odor of farm animals hung in the air. Daisy wondered whether there was a horse-drawn vehicle, if not a motor, to bring her mother up from the quay. The doo-wogger lady, Dollarmumple, would not appreciate being forced to walk. Looking ahead again, Daisy saw the house, the 3-story collatted. Yep. gatehouse with its tiny windows and narrow entrance arc looked fit to withstand a siege. It begged for an autograph. I gotta BRB real quick, but ponder that. Ooh. Hi. Sorry for the wait. I'm back. What the heck? Ah! Hi, Santa Claus 67. Thank you. What were y'all yapping about? Did you ponder? Did you ponder the book? Live chat. Oh my god, I swear! I swear! Oh well. Ponder that. Jumps away. Wow. Hey guys, I'm back. So basically in this story, we're going over to this like rich guy's house. It's like a family member, and we just got at the house. I think that's what's happening with Daisy. Yeah. Hi, I'm not even available. How are you? Yeah. Alrighty, where were we? Okay, I think, yeah, I begged for a photograph, yeah. It's where the murder occurs? I would assume so. I think it's gonna be a murder mystery in this fancy guy's house. That's my assumption. Hi. Hi, Pingu. Welcome in. We're reading a book about murder. Christmas murder. Okay. So she wanted to take a photograph of the house. I think that's where we start. Okay. Stop, Daisy cried. Please wait. The gardener turned and gaped at her. Or gaped. I'm a gaped. She hurried to the handcart and abstracted her camera and tripod. I want to take a photo while the light's good, she explained. It may rain tomorrow. Thank you for the follow, Pingu. Welcome in. Yeah. That's crazy. Merry Christmas. 6-7 claws. The youth looked very vacantly up at the blue sky, from which the slight haze had cleared. Aye, he said, and went on with the cart through the open iron-studded door under the archway. Daisy moved back and took several shots. She was getting better at it. Her editor no longer made ominous rumblings about sending a professional photographer with her. Not that the money mattered. Now she was married, but she had her pride. Folding camera and tripod, she followed the gardener under the arch. The tunnel-like passage was cobbled, narrow enough to be easily defended, with 2 doors in the right-hand wall. Daisy wondered whether to knock at one or both. There was nothing to distinguish one from the other, though, so she went on and emerged into daylight in the courtyard, with more archways and doors to choose from. Boy, borrow and baggage, yep, had vanished. It was not a frightfully auspicious beginning to her visit. She took the path of least resistance, straight ahead, and banged with the iron knocker on the great double doors. After a few moments, one door was opened by a tall, lean man, slightly stooped, who blinked at her puzzledly through wire-rimmed glasses. He wore a shabby tweed jacket over a green knitted waistcoat, a grey and pale blue woolen muffler around his neck, and navy blue trousers. Not the butler, then. Oh, okay. Why can't the butler wear navy blue trousers? Hello, said Daisy. I'm Mrs. Fletcher. I believe I'm expected? His look of puzzlement deepened. Mrs. Fletcher? I'm sorry. Do I know you? No, not from Adam. Lord Westmore. Oh, you're Lord Westmore's guest, of course, he said, his face clearing. The front door is around the other side of the house, actually, but do come in. Daisy stepped over the threshold into the Baronal Hall, some 40 feet long by 20 wide. The whitewashed walls were hung with banners and arms, from pikes and swords to muskets and horse pistols. A long table, black with age, ran down the center of the room. The chairs, with the uncomfortability carved backs of a more stoic age, stood along the walls. Stained glass in the leaded windows depicted heraldic embalments and fleurs de lis. The roof, its timbers set in decorative patterns, rose high above the stone floor. A suit of armor beside the vast fireplace appeared to be warming its gauntleted hands at the stinging fire, and in fact indoors was colder than out, explaining the gentleman's woolly scarf. Returning her attention to him, Daisy said with a smile, "Not exactly Lord Westmore's guess, at least not yet. The Earl is letting me write an article about Brockton's for Town and Country magazine." To her surprise, his sallow face brightened. "A wonderful subject," he said enthusiastically. "I've lived here all my life, and I fancy I'm something of an expert on the house and its contents. The contents are quite as wonderful as the house itself, if not more so. I am engaged in creating a detailed description and historical catalog. But I'm forgetting my manners. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Godfrey Norville." As if unused to the gesture, he stuck out his hand, his bony wrist protruding from his sleeve. Daisy Fletcher. It was like shaking hands with a felted skeleton. That's what I'm gonna say. How do you do? Yes, happy to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Fletcher. I've devoted my life studying Brockton, you know. I shall give you a tour, and then you must ask me any questions you like, any questions at all. As an excellent place to start, the hall was erected in the late 15th century by... "I would love a tour a little later," Daisy interpreted, hastily. "But just now, if you don't mind, I ought to wash my hands and present my credentials to Mrs. Norville." "Credentials to Mother?" He gave her a bewildered look. "Oh, I see. Yes. I dare say that will be in order. I wonder where Mrs. Pardon would be at this hour." "Mrs. Pardon?" "The housekeeper." Lord Westmore keeps a good staff here to preserve the house and its contents. Some of the contents are very valuable indeed, both in monetary terms and to the scholar. The Vambrus, for instance, he started to wander off. Though curious, Daisy did not permit the mysterious Vambrus to distract her. Mrs. Pardon? Pardon? Yep. She repeated. Oh, yes, I will ring the bell. But I rather doubt that it will bring anyone. They are not employed to wait on us. You see, just to take care of the house and grounds. What an odd arrangement, Daisy thought, wondering exactly what his relationship was to the Earl. Her mother might know, but in general, the dowager was more interested in her own grievances than in the details of distant family connections, at least those who had nothing to offer her. Godfrey Norville seemed to see nothing out of the way. He tugged on a bell pull by the fireplace, then turned to frown at the suit of armor. Though an archway beyond the fireplace came a woman in a dark gray dress with white collar and puffs. Norville turned at the sound of her footsteps. Mrs. Pardon, the armor needs polishing. See here, the left arm is beginning to tarnish. I believe the armor is on my list for the week, Mr. Norville, the housekeeper told him, at once soothing the dismissive. Yep. Shall I check Mrs. Fletcher? The boy has taken your luggage up, madam. Your room is in the east wing, as there is no modern plumbing in the rest of the house. If you would come this way, please. She led the way through one of the doors at the end of the hall, opposite where she had entered. Daisy gathered, gratefully, that Lord Westmore's staff was prepared to wait on his lordship's guests. The situation was not only odd, but awkward. She couldn't help regarding the unknown Mrs. Norville as in some sense her hostess. Whether the Earl had consulted her or simply presented her with a fait comply. Do you have many visitors? She asked, following Mrs. Pardon through a dining room and a long corridor. Not many at all, madam. Now and then his lordship lets a historian or some such come down to take a look at the house. It's not like the old days when we'd have a house party in the summer and all the family for Christmas. His lordship's not been the same since the war, I'm afraid. She sighed as she opened a glass paneled door into a suspicious entrance hall. Spacious. I hope our visitor isn't going to cause a lot of trouble, Daisy said, glancing around. This hall was furnished in a more modern style, a rather battered pedestal table with a looking glass hanging above it, a hat tree sprouting tweeded caps and woolly hats, an umbrella stand, several Lureback chairs, and oddly a faded chassis luge. Don't know. Yep. Oh no, madam. We can manage. At last. Lady Dalrymple won't mind eating with Miss Norville and the family, will she? It'd make my life easier, and that's a fact. No, why should she? Curiouser and curiouser, thought Daisy. She hoped for an answer to her question, but Mrs. Pardon treated it as rhetorical. Would you like to leave your coat in the coat cupboard? She asked, gesturing towards a door in the wall to the left of the front door. Thanks, I think I'll take it with me. Very well, madam. Up here now, you'll notice the stairs have been built right across one of the old windows. This part of the house was altered in 1862 for the Dowager Countess of the time. My grandmother was housekeeper here then. Miss Pardon sighed again. She'd never have guessed what the family would become. She'd never have guessed what the family would come to. Here's your room, madam, and the bathroom and lavatory just back there. Ring if there's anything you need. My girls aren't used to waiting on ladies, but they'll do their best. Thank you. I expect they'll manage very well. Where can I find Mrs. Norville? I'm sure it's not my place to know where she is, madam, but her sitting room's just at the top of the stairs over the front door. Daisy's room was small, crammed with heavy, dark, rather shabby Victorian furniture, but it had a wash-hand basin with running hot and cold. The window looked out over gardens and woods with a glimpse beyond of the river, a small town which must surely be Cowstock, and a railway viaduct. Yep. Daisy didn't linger over the view. Having washed her hands and face, tidied her hair, and powdered her nose, she set out to find her hostess, the pituitive mistress of this anything but ordinary household. Wow. And that's the end of chapter 1. What do we think so far? What do we think? So, I thought we were related. Because, are we related but just also a part of the paper? Stretching. It seems both. We're related and part of the... Yep. We also work at the paper. To make an article for the paper. Welcome back, Oki. Sorry that you had a power outage. Society really destroyed the meaning of some words, huh? Yep. So true. But what do we think? What do we think so far, guys? Or have you all fallen asleep? Are you all hunk shoeing? Me. Me. I think y'all are hunk shoeing. There you are. What are we eating right now? What are we so eepy and sleepy right now? Alright. With your chest, you just be like, I love you. From, like Patrick. But hi, Zudo. Just eating lunch. Ooh, what are you eating? Give me 1 second. I want to open my blinds. It's dark in here. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Zudo. Welcome. To make some oatmeal? Wow. Could light it the old-fashioned way. Hey, let's go. The old-fashioned way. Beep. Nice. Hope you're enjoying your oats. But I want to know, are you guys enjoying the story so far? This one's a lot easier to read than the other books, even if I'm fumbling. I swear, anytime I find a book that I think, I'm like, yeah, so easy. Nope. Hippie. Yeah, so Daisy, the main character, she just approached the house where she'll be spending Christmas at. with her relatives, which apparently something happened with the war. The war. The war changed them to commit murder. Ooh, maybe. He hasn't been the same since the war. Yeah. Was it Mr. Norville? The the sir of the house. The man of the house. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Alrighty. Let me get a sip of water. I'm not good with names, man. Neither am I. I think it's Mr. Norville. But we're looking for Miss Norville, the lady of the house, so I would only assume that Mr. Norville would be the man, the Mr. of the house, the man of the house. Yeah, maybe I should do a pinned comment. Jasper is reading a book. Get all comfy and cozy. Doink, 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 doink. Boink. Yes. There you go. Wee. Alrighty. Yippee! Chapter 2. The door nearest the top of the stairs was ajar. Daisy tapped on it. Come in. The voice was high and soft, so soft that for a moment Daisy wasn't sure she had really heard it. If the door had been closed, she would have knocked again. As it was open, she went in. And then she thought she must have been mistaken after all, because she couldn't see a living person among the multicolored images which met her startled eyes. In the sun, slanting in through a soft-facing window, spangled, glittered, gilt gleamed, and colored glass glinted. Statuesque stood on every available surface. Statuesque is yeah. Stood on every available surface, while from the wall painted figures gazed down with varying degrees of benevolence. Among six-armed gods, elephant-headed gods, blue-faced gods, and meditative Buddhas, Daisy picked out several Madonnas. Yep. With and without a child, a crucifix, and a cheap print of Holman Hunt's The Light of the World. From the midst of this bizarre array came the soft, gentle voice. Mrs. Fletcher? Black eyes in a lined, dark-skinned face looked anxiously at Daisy from a chair by the fireplace, where a long fire glowed. The tiny woman was swathed in a multitude of bright shawls. She was working on a piece of embroidery, her needle darting in and out with casual expertise. Thank you. I'm not very religious, so I'm not. I don't really know. Ghost. Hi, Ghost. Hi, Rundle. Welcome in. Yes, I'm Daisy Fletcher. You're Mrs. Norville. How do you do? How do you do? Won't you sit down? She didn't have an accent exactly, but the intonation common to Indian speakers of English gave her speech an exotic flavor, entirely appropriate for her exotic surroundings. So that explained the mystery, Daisy assumed, taking the chair opposite opposite her hostess. The noble earls of Westmore would not take kindly to the introduction of a of a native into the family. Okay. From how many decades had the poor woman been shut away at Brockton, out of sight and out of mind? No doubt her anxious look was the product of many a snub. It's very kind of you to put me up, Daisy said warmly. I'm looking forward to writing about your house, or your home. It looks like a fascinating house. It's quite old. Godfrey, my son, says the rest of Brockton, apart from this wing, has changed remarkably, little over the centuries. He knows all about it, Miss Norville said with obvious pride. Yes, Mr. Norville has already offered to give me a tour. It will be frightfully helpful to have an expert on hand. Mrs. Norville, I didn't know when I wrote to you that Lord Westmore had invited all of my family to stay here for Christmas. Bless me. Hi, here. How are you? It's Bud. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Orville has already offered to give me a tour. Yeah. Mrs. Norville, I didn't know when I wrote to you that Lord Westmore had invited all of my family to stay here for Christmas. I hope he warned you. He wrote to Miss Pardon, yeah, and she told Dora. Dora! She seemed to think it quite natural that she would be passed over. In response to Daisy's inquiring look, she explained, Dora is my daughter-in-law. Mrs. Godfrey Norville? I see. Daisy wondered how many more Norvilles were in residence. Curiosity must wait, though. She had work to be done. She had work to do before the rest of her own family arrived. She wanted to go and take photographs while the weather was fine, but a few more minutes of conversation would be only courteous. Glancing about the room, she ventured, What an interesting collection you have here. Mrs. Norville smiled. My older boy, Victor, is a seaman. Yes, okay. The captain of a merchant ship. He sails all over the world. He sends me these things or brings them when he manages to get home for a few days. They remind me of my childhood before I went to mission school. In India? You must miss it. I have never grown accustomed to the English winter, though. I have lived at Brockton for nearly 50 years, but my sons are Englishmen. She added most fiercely, so determined a defense must be the result of past attacks. Daisy was dying to know more, but she really must get started on her article. Of course they are, she said. I haven't met Captain Norville, but Mr. Norville couldn't possibly be mistaken for anything else. And now, I'd better go find him and take up his offer to show me about. I hope you will come back for tea. Miss Norville was shy again. Dora always brings up tea at 4:30. I'll be here. Daisy promised. The stale cheese sandwich she had snatched for lunch at Plymouth Station, already a distant memory. As she stepped out of the sitting room, a young girl came along the passage towards her in a blue skirt and cardigan and white blouse, with her long, flaxen hair held back by an Alice band. She looked about 14 and large for her age. Okay. Okay. Her pudgy face was suspicious. Daisy? What the heck? What have you been saying to my gran? She demanded. How do you do? How do you do? The girl said impatiently, scowling. I'm Jamina Norville. How do you do? Said Daisy with a quite different intonation. I'm Mrs. Fletcher. I'd just been saying how do you do to Miss Norville. Jamina blinked at her with a bewildered resentment. Oh, I see. I see, man. Of Godfrey Norville, must be her father. Why? She asked. Because I've come to stay at Brockton, and she is my hostess. One always says how do you do to one's hostess, as soon as one is presentable after the journey. And now I'm going to look for Mr. Norville, who's going to show me over the old house. Daddy'll like that, the girl said, with grudging approval. Like begrudging, but grudging. He's crazy about the house. I think he's in the drawing room. Will you show me the way? It's in the tower. Oh, it's in the tower. Oh, all right. Just let me fetch my camera. Bleh. Jemima. Yep, Jemima. Yep. Led her back to the weapon-hung wall, where Daisy left her camera and tripod. They went on through a door at the far end and kept a steep oak staircase polished to slippery shine. A second flight of stairs beneath orient granite arches led to a door carved with roses. This opened onto a sort of interior porch built of lined linen fold panels, which in turn opened to a pleasant room with windows on the three sides, its walls covered with tapestries. Daddy, here's Mrs. Fletcher. Just a minute, I'll be with you in a minute. Godfrey Norville was measuring an ornate writing cabinet with. He made a couple of notions on a block of paper on the open drop font. Daisy went over to look at the desk. It was carved in high relief with cupids and human figures, all unclothed. Okay. She stepped back, willing herself not to brush in the horrid Victorian way she despised. Thank you for the self-care. Mummy says I'm not to look at it, said Jamina. Splendid, isn't it? Norville enthused. Italian, about 1600. I've had an extraordinary inquiry about it from a professor in Italy. I carry on a voluminous correspondence, you know, with historians and antiquarians all over the world. I flatter myself, in a modest way, my detailed descriptions further the pursuit of knowledge. Wow. Morgan wants in the room. Give me 1 second. Wow, fancy. I have cat with me. Hello. You want to say hi? Would you like to say hello? You hear him purring? You might be. It's very quiet. He's rubbing up against the microphone. Your tootsies are so cold. Oop. Yeah, want to come say hi? Cute. Can you guys hear him purring? I don't know if you can. So cute. I can kind of hear it through my headphones. You don't? I don't know if I could turn up the gain. Very faintly. Hello. I think he just wants to sit with me. You're a big guy though. Oh, never mind. You might want to get up. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. He's getting up now. He left. He said goodbye. Very faint. That's more gain. Woo, boo, boo, boo. But he's got my allergies going. Say bye, kitty. Bye, kitty. Bye-bye, Morgan. Yeah, you want to get some more sniffling. He's too cute. Too cute not to pick up. BRB for 1 moment. Sorry. But the baby wants attention. Meow. Hi, Jumper. How are you? Fall back to sleep while we're reading a book, so it's too cozy. It's too comfy and cozy in here. And if you don't want to sleep, then I don't know if this is this place to not sleep. My nose. Hi, Morgan. Putting your face in my shoe. Okay. Sounds like a W. But now with the added sniffling, because allergies. Bleh. Bleh. Morgan. Morgan. Yeah, we're currently reading a book called Mistletoe and Murder, and Daisy just arrived at this house, Mr. and Mrs. Norville's manor, and yeah, she's here to her and her family is going for Christmas. This is a series of books. Oh, how's the book so far? Fine. It's not bad. It's just every single book I pick is like old English in a way. This is a little bit more modern, But yeah. I mean, it's not old. I don't know when it came out. I know it's at least like early 2000s. Yeah. 1920s, my year. Yeah, probably 2004. Yeah. Hi, Morgan. You got my allergies going. Hello. Hi. Hi. Meow. Do you know you want to sit with me? Come on. Come on. Come here. Aw. You're so cute. Ah, I love cat, even if it makes my nose explode. Hi. Hello. You want to sit with me? Or you just want to stand next to me and have me pet you? Buh. Come on. Buh. Go uppies? Come on. Okay. If you want me to pet you, you gotta. Come here. Come on. These are the rules. Come on. You mind? Big baby. Big baby. You hear the purring? Can you hear it? The baby. Hello. Oh. Kitty. Yeah, Morgan. A big baby. He a ragdoll. Such a cute baby. Just a baby. Just a baby. Here. Speak to the people. You're stinky. You're stinky, baby. You're so cute, though. I could try to turn up the gain so you could hear, but maybe there's too much moving. And he's gonna be like, I don't want to be here anymore. Hello. You don't like forehead kisses, do you? Hello. Babby. The babby. Sorry guys, we're taking an intermission on book for cat. Oh, you're so cute. The baby. Looks like he's absolutely chilling. Hey, you're like kicking me. What the heck? You were like in bliss, and now you're like, get away from me. What? Okay. Okay, go. Bye bye. You got upset here. He's okay. And now are you. He's okay. What? Yeah, he'd be like that sometimes. He's a sweetheart. He's super nice and sweet and cute. He, like, he. Oh, it's. You want the toy that I have for you? Toy? He's very nice. Eden is the meanie. Eden's a bad boy. Nope. Now that I'm actually playing with you, you ignore it? Doink. Oh, there you go. Ooh. Oh, get him, Morgan. Kill it. Yeah, get it. That'd be. Doink. I have to read a book, Morgan. Doink. Okay, Morgan. Doink. I'm gonna continue reading, okay? Yeah. Get the puffball. Get it. There you go. Congratulations. You killed it. Oh, damn. Yeah, get him. Bah. Alrighty. Now we're back to reading with a lot more sniffles. Okay. I'm so emotional, this book. Okay. I'm sure they must be most helpful, Daisy murmured. Take this piece, for instance. Anyone can see it's both antique and handsome, and I am able to peculiarize its hidden attributes. Now, would you have guessed, my dear Mrs. Fletcher, that it contains a multitude, yes, I think I say with a veritable multitude of secret compartments? I doubt even I know them all, but I shall be happy to demonstrate one or two. Tell her about the treasure chest, Daddy. uh, Jemima urged. I'd love to hear about the treasure chest, said Daisy, and see more of the secret drawers. But if you don't mind, just now I want to take some photographs of the exterior while it's fine. I thought perhaps you wouldn't mind coming out, Mr. Orville, to tell me what I'm photographing. But while it's fine, Mr. Norville cast a doubtful glance out the window. Reassuring by the flood of sunshine, he went on. Certainly. Jemima. Yeah. Run and fetch my galoshes and overcoat to the hall, and my hat and gloves. There's a good girl. Jemima pouted, but obeyed. As they followed her, Norville told Daisy about the treasure chest. It had supposedly been hidden or buried somewhere about the house or grounds by a Dutch merchant who had fled the Spanish Inquisition in the 16th century and been given shelter at Brockton. A mysterious figure, Norville admitted, about whom I have discovered little. He may have been responsible for building the tower, which was completed in 1627. And no one ever found his treasure? Generations have searched in vain. He didn't leave a map? Too careless. No, nor have I come across a map of the secret passage, which legend has it was used for centuries by smugglers. Wow. To wash their toilet paper clean. Wow. Thanks, Silver Lining. But you want out now? Morgan? Cats. Yes. Give me one moment. Hi. I have returned. Morgan is out and I blew my nose and got more water, so hopefully we're chilling. Hi. Thank you. Also, hi Phoenix. How are you? Thank you. Hi. We're reading a book. Ooh. Whoa, I just read a little bit of ahead and I saw something. Spoilers, I won't say. Passage which legend has it was used for centuries by smugglers. They reached the hall, and Daisy took out her notebook to scribble down the story in her idiosyncratic version of Pittman's shorthand. Then she was ready to go, but Norville could not budge without his coat and galoshes. Damp climate, he muttered. Wet feet, absolutely fatal. Oh, They told you so. So while they waited for Jemima, Daisy asked him about the vambrice he had mentioned earlier. It turned out to be a piece of armor. Bless me. You're gonna get a lot of that now. Thank you. You didn't think you were gonna get allergy, Jasper, today, huh? Yeah. Buh. Buh. It turned out to be a piece of armor to protect the forearm. This particular example was special because it had been designed for a man who had lost his hand. The fingers and thumb could be locked into place to grip ravines, or even a sword. This is simply spiffing, said Daisy, as he hung the gleaming vambrice carefully in its place on the wall. Just the sort of tidbits to interest my readers. And Derek would be fascinated, she thought. The lost treasure alone should be enough to keep him and Belinda occupied for hours. Along with her father's galoshes and overcoat, Jemima brought mittens and a woolen hat with a pompon, which matched the scarf he already had on. Fussily, he put everything on, though he didn't seem concerned with his daughter accompanying them outside without a coat or hat or galoshes. Since it was quite warm and dry underfoot as long as they stayed off the grass, Daisy didn't worry either. While she took shots of the hall court, the retainer's court, and the Dutchman's tower, the kitchen court, and the rebuilt east front, which blended with the old buildings in an unusually tasteful manner. Norville expectedly upon their history. Expedited upon their history, he had every fact at his fingertips, and his keenness to impart his knowledge was rather endearing. Jemima hovered around them. Once she interrupted. Daddy, tell her about the ghost. Ooh. Piffle, he exclaimed, waving a hand in the striped mittens. I'm so congested now. Ghost indeed. Sheer piffle. Mrs. Fletcher wants the facts. Jemima scowled. I'd like you to tell me about the ghost, Jemima, Daisy assured her, but later. I might, the girl said sleekly. sleekily, turning away. Norville frowned to distract him. Daisy asked, "What's the great tall tower on the hill behind the house?" His frown remained. "The Prospect Tower. I haven't found any reliable information about it, but it's probably a late 18th century folly." "Do you want to photograph it?" Daisy considered. She rather doubted that her photography skills were up to what looked like a difficult shot. "No, I think not." "But what about the chapel by the river?" "The boatman was telling me about. The chapel of Saints George and Thomas, a Becket. It was built in the 15th century by the first baronet, Sir Richard Norville, before the Norvilles were ennobled. At the spot where he escaped his enemies by a clever trick. He threw his cap into the river and hid in the bushes. They saw it floating and thought he'd drowned." "That's a good story," said Daisy, scribbling madly. "Will you show me the chapel?" "My dear Miss Fletcher, the damp. Nothing is so damp as the woods in the winter. I never walk in the woods in winter. And I strongly advise you not to do so." Daisy laughed. "Oh, I'm as healthy as a horse." "I'm afraid I'd like to see the chapel in the woods. Is it far? Is it hard to find?" "If you'll direct me, I'll find myself." "No, not far," he admitted vaguely. "Not far at all. But you'd do better to come inside and see the chapel in the house. I pointed out its window, you may recall." "Later," said Daisy. "Would you mind awfully tracking my tripod indoors for me? I'd rather not carry it." Following his reluctant directions, she went down by the traced gardens to a short but dark tunnel under a farm track. A good place to hide the end of a secret passage, she thought. It was in this gloomy spot that she had become aware that Jemima was not so much going with her as trailing sullenly along after her. Emerging into the valley garden, Daisy paused to admire a fish pond overlooked by a charming thatched summer house, and to let the girl catch up. Buh. Buh, 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 buh. Buh. My nose. Buh. Godfrey had said to bear right towards the gate onto the public footpath from Brockton Quay to Calstock. The gravel paths were confusing sometimes, doubling back here and there, interrupted by a stone step or two. Daisy followed a troubling stream down the valley towards the river, glimpsing through trees and hoping she was going in the right direction. She had to admit it was damp underfoot here, slippery in places, and when she passed through the gate into the woods, the trees, even leafless, created a chilly shade. Though she hadn't the least expectation of ill consequences, she could understand why some susceptible to catching cold would avoid the place. Noticing several holly bushes laden with bright berries, she hoped the peculiarities of the household would not prevent Christmas decorations. Blenda and Derek were of an age to be well and truly piped at any deficiency in the festivities. Daisy came to the chapel, a tiny, very plain stone building, half hidden by laurels, and Ugh. Rhododendrons. A sign over the door told of Sir Richard's clever escape. Inside, she found only 2 pairs of pews facing each other and a small wooden altar, simply carved. Simply carved. This book is very descriptive in its setting. She walked around the chapel to the edge of the cliff and looked down on the river where the first Barnet had thrown his cap. His enemies must have been close behind him, otherwise the cap would have sunk or even carried away by the current, and Sir Richard's clever trick would have been wasted. A rustle in the bushes behind her startled Daisy. Insignificantly, she jumped backwards, away from the edge. That's crazy. She wasn't dressed for swimming. Besides, it was a long way down. Ah, my nose. I'm gonna need to go blow my nose again. She would hit the water hard enough to hurt if one fell over or was pushed. Gasped. Rhododendron. Oh, okay. I was thinking it was rhododendron, but I've never seen it spelled. I need to go blow my nose again. I'll be right back. Bleh. Maybe I shouldn't have picked up Morgan, but he was so cute. Now we get sniffly. Bleh, 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 bleh. It was worth it. I hope so. Hi, wifey. I have allergies. I have allergies right now. Hi. I decided to. Morgan wanted to come in the room, and I picked him up, and then I let him purr into the mic, and now I have allergies. How are you? How are you, wifey? Give you a shout out. Boink. Resident Evil 8. You okay? Well, good morning. I'm excited to bake with you on Friday. Yippee. I need to go get the ingredients. I think I just need, I need cardamom. Or is it clove? I don't know. One of the spices that start with a C. And then I need molasses and other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, good morning, yippee. We're currently reading Mistletoe and Murder. And basically Daisy is a photographer and she visited her molasses. She's visiting like her family for Christmas, but they're like a like this is set in like the 1920s, and yeah, and she's at Sir, Mrs. and Mr. Norville's house, and yeah, she's learning about the place right now. Yeah, and taking photos of it while the weather is good of the house. Yeah, they call each other by their last names, like Norville rather than his first name, which I don't remember at this point. But then during let me think. When you have a party with full of family members, there's gonna be Mr. and Mrs. Norvilles everywhere. Everyone's gonna be a Mr. or Mrs. Norville. Yeah. It's hard to say rough twice. I just did. Rough twice. Very easy to say. Yeah. But yeah, we're on chapter 2. And yeah, so you get accompanied by my sniffles. Alrighty. Pushed, but put that possibly onto her head. It was only Jemima in the bushes, walking away now up to the track. The child was surely, but Daisy had no reason to suppose her malicious, let alone murderous. Is Daisy accusing or thinking that Jemima was gonna murder her? Already in chapter 2, accusing of possible murder. Wow. Daisy returned to the house. Godfrey Norville was waiting to give her a tour of the interior. Just a quick look now, if you don't mind, she said. I'm going left London awfully early this morning, and I'm getting a bit tired, and Miss Norville invited me to join her for tea at 4:30. Perhaps you could point out the most interesting items. I'll make a list, then I can investigate further tomorrow. With some conniving, she got him through the main part of the old house. He wanted to tell her the story of every weapon, every coat of arms, every piece of furniture, every tapestry, and particularly every wall was hung with tapestries. Her list was much too long, much too long, as she had to placate him by writing down everything he considered particularly noteworthy, but she could easily cut it down to a manageable length. By 4:30, they were back in the hall. Jemima met them there. Mummy says we're having tea in the library, not Granny's room, because you're Lord Westmore's guest, she announced scornfully. The library? Daisy couldn't remember seeing a library in the East Wing. I've got to show you the way. Means pass. Oh, placate. Placate. Mm-hmm. Placate. Thank you, ignoring the girl's ungraciousness. Daisy thought gratefully. I can't speak right now. My nose, my sinuses. Daisy thought gratefully of her stepdaughter's excellent manners and eagerness to please. Perhaps the contrast would reconcile the dowager Viscountess of Belinda. On the other hand, perhaps Daisy could stop her mother coming in the first place. A carefully worded cable about the difficulties of the journey and the Earl's not being expected might do the trick. Following Jemima into the entrance hall of the East Wing, she glanced around for a telephone. Even as she looked, she realized that while photographing the exterior, photographing the exterior, she hadn't noticed any wires. Brockton had no electricity, as was to be expected in this rural fastness. But now she had came to notice it. There was no gas either. Like the old house, the East Wing was lit by oil lamps and candles. Her hope of finding a telephone faded. The nearest telegraph office was no doubt in Calstock, 2 miles away by a muddy footpath. Lady Dalrymple would just have to come and make the best of it. No, if she does come to the party, I'm gonna have to say Dalrymple, if that is how you say it. Not a character trait of which she was noted. Suppressing a sigh, Daisy entered the room. Her guide pointed out library was a misnomer? I don't know. For only the fair wall had bookshelves. The far wall, oh my god. The far wall had bookshelves and only halfway up. On either side of the curious little door, no more than 4 feet high. The room was furnished as a sitting room. Jemima had vanished, but a scrawny woman with fading fair hair jumped up from one of the massive Victorian sofas, dropping a stocking she was darning. Actually, she came to greet Daisy. Mrs. Fletcher, how do you do? She spoke with a sort of impetuous eagerness, which had something slightly artificial about it. Her front teeth brought to mind a pet rabbit. Okay. Daisy had once owned. I'm Dora Norville, Mrs. Godfrey Norville. How delightful to have you come stay. Yes, drawled a girl of perhaps 19 or 20 coming up behind her. The pardon was actually offered to bring your tea. Yep. Pardon was actually offered to bring our tea. I'm Facility Norville. Mrs. Fletcher, how do you do? Yep. I didn't build my notes again. But I really Buh. Thank you. I didn't expect to have to blow my nose this much during this stream, if at all. Felicity? Maybe that's it. Felicity was the epitome of the modish. Bright young thing. Her blonde hair was bobbed was yep, bobbed, lips scarlet, eyebrows and lashes darkened. Her boyish figure was emphasized by a wide sash around her hips, such as Daisy would never have dared to wear. Her mauve frock had beaded embroidery all done all down one side, rather overdoing it for afternoon tea in the country. Okay, Daisy, what if she was just, what if she just wanted to do, dress cool for herself, She's feeling it. Mrs. Godfrey wore a much more appropriate tweeded skirt with a hand-knitted cardigan and a modest string of pearls. Their greetings answered. Daisy went on. I'm thrilled to be able to write about Brockton. In fact, there's so much to write about, I don't know where to begin. What a marvelous place. You wouldn't think so if you had to live here, Felicity muttered. Daisy flashed her smile of sympathy. The isolation must be hard on a young girl, dying to try her wings. Though, presumably, whatever local society existed was more accessible in the summer. Still, perhaps Felicity longed for the bright lights of London. From what Daisy had observed, she was unlikely to get there. The poor in poor relations seemed pretty accurate, while Westmore apparently had little regard for their relationship beyond giving the family a home. It's a privilege to live at Brockton, said Dora Norville brightly. I've always admired it since I was a girl. You grew up in this district? In a cowstock just up the river. Ah, there's Mother. You've met my mother-in-law, haven't you? Mrs. Fletcher? Mrs. Norville trotted in, spry as a sparrow, followed by Jemima bearing shawls. Mrs. Godfrey jumped up and went to fuss over the old lady. She settled her by the stone fireplace, where a cheerful fire burned beneath a fanciful wooden masterpiece, carved with lions, dragons, cherubs, and musicians. Are you warm enough, Mother? Mrs. Godfrey inquired anxiously, swaddling her mother-in-law in shawls. Quite warm, dear. Where is my crochet work? Felicity? That's it. Thank you, dear. I shall have it finished for you in time for Christmas. Thanks, grand darling. Felicity handed over something lacy in lilac artificial silk and kissed her grandmother's dark-skinned cheek. Okay. Has my son showed you the old house, Mrs. Fletcher? They talked for a few minutes about the house. Dora Norville grew more and more anxious, and at last said, Perhaps Jemima and I better fetch the tea after all. She jumped up, but the door opened before she reached it, and Mrs. Pardon and a maid came in. Daisy was pleased to see bread and butter and a good selection of cakes and biscuits, as well as tea things. She was ravenous. Golly! Exclaimed Jemima. My nose. Mrs. Pardon pursed her lips. No one else spoke except Mrs. Norville to thank her until the servants left. What a spread! Felicity drawled. All in your honor, Mrs. Fletcher. Not that we're starved, but the menu tends to be Spartan. Yep, that's enough, Felicity, snapped her mother. Milk and sugar, Mrs. Fletcher? Jemima, pass the bread and butter. Tea and conversation proceeded on more conventional lines. Being well brought up, Daisy did not utter the myriad questions which assailed her, but vowed to herself to try and get Felicity on her own and pumped her. Oh, wow. She looked like the best bet to provide a few answers. And answers Daisy must have, or she was going to die of curiosity. That was the end of chapter 2. Wow. Hi Mega. Epitome. The epitome. Epitome. Yay, I need to blow my nose again. Give me a second. So what do you guys think of chapter 2? What do we think of the yeah. What do you think of the story? Thank you. Yes, silent nose blower. Interesting. Yeah. Dude, this book is just filled with set dressing. Like all we're hearing about is like how the house looks, which maybe it's just setting the tone. Maybe it's just giving us the beginning of what's to come, you know? I fell asleep, teehee. That's okay. Yeah, we're hearing about everything. World building. Yeah, we're hearing about world building. Doesn't help that it's 11th both in the series. 11th book in the series. But other than knowing about, we're meeting new characters, so other than knowing about Daisy, mm. I'm surprised this book is set so far with all this, you know, because like the cover and everything, like, and it coming out in 2004, it doesn't seem like it would be that case. But I mean, it's not bad. Hi Garfield. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. So I'm gonna BRB real quick, and then we're gonna get on to chapter 3. So go get a snack. Go get a warm drink. It started in 2001. Oh wow, that's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Y'all get cozy for chapter 3. Yippee. Boo. Hi, I'm back. So sorry for the several BRBs that happened today. Hi. Oh. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you. I had to clean up cat fall up. And now both of the cats are in here. Chilling. But they're okay. It was, yeah. And it didn't help that it was on the couch. It went from the couch and then fell onto the carpet. And it was like, well, okay. Yep. Not the carpet is okay. Thank you for the follow, Rage. Not a hairball. Unfortunately, it was their food. And I'm not sure why. I think it was eaten. Maybe. I'm not sure what the reason would be. Because it's happened a few times as of like the last few days. Listen me. Oh my god. Eats too fast. Ah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, maybe, thank you. Yeah, because right now, because my roommates are their owners, and the way they have it is like a buffet where they don't get, there's just food out all the time rather than they get fed at a certain time. So that could be them overeating. It also could be the treats that they eat. I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Who binge? Ah, I see. I'm definitely gonna let my roommates know. Could be, yeah. Especially, yeah, I think they need a checkup. The babies need a checkup. Yeah. Because I'm very, like, I don't know. They're not my cats, you know, even though Eden used to be my cat. I'm, I don't know. I feel like I'm like, hey, I can only heed warnings. I can't say what you know, they're not mine. So I can't really dictate what they do. If they don't learn, there will always be food and they won't graze properly. Ah, I see. Well, they've always just had food out. I think that's always how they've done it. If I had if they were my cats, I would feed them like at a certain like at appointed times, and it would be like soft food. It wouldn't be kibble. That's just me though, and I don't want to, you know. That's just me though. That's just me. Not my cat. Can't. So yeah. But yeah. I hope you guys are comfy cozy. How long is this chapter? 13 pages. Nice. No, I shouldn't be interrupted anymore, other than if the cats want to leave the room. But so yeah, gonna get a recap. So our main character Daisy, she is visiting the what the Nor what's her name, the Norville residence, and she works for this paper, and she's taking pictures. Like, she's also the photographer for the paper. She wants to write an article about the history of the house, and yeah, her and her family are going there for Christmas. So she's meeting the residents, and yeah, she just had afternoon tea with Mrs. Norville, her daughter-in-law, and her granddaughter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm never leaving, yeah, no. You're welcome. Yeah, no, she already thought that, so she went to go look at one of the things outside, like in the forest, and Jemima, which is the granddaughter, or their daughter, I don't remember. She's probably like she's a little girl, and she was following behind her, and for some reason Daisy was like, she could have pushed me and for the intent of murder. So she's already thrown around accusations of murder. So yeah, yeah, like Aunt Jemima. Yeah, but yeah. So that's the end of day one at it, I believe. Yeah, we're on chapter 3 now. Is it a talking syrup bottle? Many murder documentaries, yeah. A little PTSD. We don't. This is the 11th book, so I don't know what's happened in her past. So, Moira. Yes. Hi, Kayla. There might be Moira. Moira. Probably. Honestly, if this is the 11th book and she's done murder mysteries, yeah. We're reading Mistletoe and Murder. Thank you. What?
Bozo gifted a tier 1 sub to Kayla's fandom trash. They
Thank
have
you.
given 301 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Bozo, for gifting a subby to Kayla. What the heck? Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah. She's been involved in? Yeah. She's the murderer secretly. Like, why does, has anyone ever looked into that, It's like, the common denominator in all of these murder mysteries is Daisy Fetcher. Couldn't be her, right? Yeah, murder mysteries. True. So true. Alrighty. Get comfy, get cozy, settle in, sip on your warm bevy, or nom on some cookies or your snack of choice. And let's get into chapter 3 of Mistletoe and Murder. Outside, the short winter day had ended by the time they finished tea. Oh, okay, it's the same day. Inside, too, it was pretty dark, in spite of oil lamps and candles. Daisy's candle flame flickered in the drapes. Yep, as she found her way back to the hall. Shadows danced about her, and she recalled Jemima's mention of a ghost. She wished she had brought an electric torch. These days, the arrival of electricity tended to banish ghosts. Hmm? 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 What? Huh? We hear the shadowy sentries pressed close. Her footsteps echoed from the stone walls. She caught herself glancing nervously over her shoulder. She had intended to take a look at the other chapel, the one in the house, but that struck her as altogether too spooky for comfort. By the feeble light of her candle, she wouldn't be able to see much anyway. In any of the rooms, she needed a torch or a good lantern. Eyeballing a bell pull, she wondered whether anyone would come if she rang. It was worth a try. As she raised her hand to the cord, light footsteps sounded behind her. She swung around with a gasp. It's only me. Felicity's smile had a touch of mockery. She sat on the table her candle and the unlit lantern she was carrying. I thought you might need this. Sorry, did I make you jump? Yes, Daisy confessed. I'd just remembered that your sister mentioned a ghost. Do you know the story? Do you want it for your article? I can tell you, but it's not frightfully interesting. No one bricked up in a wall to die or discovered with a lover and thrown from the tower. It's not even very ancient. What happened? Actually, it was rather like Mansfield Park. In the late 18th century, a poor young cousin was brought to Brockton to be companion to a dowager countess. She got used to living comparatively well, and when the old lady died, she didn't want to go home. I don't think she actually offed herself, but she didn't live long after being sent away. She came back to haunt the place where she was happy, you see. Spiffing, said Daisy, scribbling madly. At least I'm. Eden, no, you cannot jump on my desk at this time. Please. You can't go this way either. There's more stuff blocking your way than the other way. No, no, no. You can't come up here. Yeah, say hi to Eden. Eden, are you okay? Did you throw up earlier? Hello. No, you can't jump up. I know you probably want my attention, huh? Eden doesn't like cuddling or being picked up or anything. You think you're gonna go that way? You're crazy. He's sizing up, try to find any way to jump on my desk. No, you can't. No. 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 Yes, sniff this flashlight. No, no, you can't. You can't come this way. I'll put you out of the room. Give me one moment. No, don't do it. Don't jump. Give me one moment. Hi, Meddy. Hello. Wow, 15 stream streak, buh. Thank you, Meddy. Yeah, we've been having many cat intermissions today. Hi. Hello, governor. Hello, governor. I noticed with this model I can also like hi, you see? You see? Hi, you see? Well, not with this using my iPhone. What's all this, governor? You see? You see? It's harder for me to do it on my left side. I can do it on my right. I have more control on the right side of my face than my left. That's why I can just close my eye. I know on my model it looks like it's flickering, but it's not. You see? Yeah, you see? Oh, hi. Wow, I won the... I have no idea how the two game shows I've been a part of that you've hosted, I've won. At least for the Jeopardy portion. I got a big brain. Just too epic. Maybe I know how your brain ticks, Maddie. Maybe. You know, with my friends, I feel the same. Yes, thank you for hosting and inviting me. It was very fun hanging out with all of you. We're reading a book called Mistletoe and Murder. And there's been a lot of set dressing. That's in the first 2 chapters. We're on chapter 3 right now. Daisy is visiting this house of a family member. They're rich, and they're hosting all her family's coming over to this house. The Norville Manor. And yeah. So stressful to plan them. You can't, well, I mean, you can't procrastinate. I mean, I'm someone who procrastinates too, but yes. Murderous thoughts, yeah. Not of, more like paranoid. She's paranoid of there being a murderer, not being a murderer. No pain, no gain. You heard the queek. But yeah. And there's also a ghost. That's the spirit, man. Yeah. Alrighty. Ghost! Apparently she says that electricity can get rid of ghosts. Hello? Was that the 4th sneeze of the stream? Thank you. Thank you. We've had Gesundheit, thank you. We've had cat intermissions and yeah. Allergies. Aw, Morgan sleeping on my bed. Cute. Ain't no way. Alrighty. Okay. Spiffing, said Daisy, scribbling madly. At least I'm sorry for her, of course, but it'll add a bit of spice to my article. Presumably she doesn't go around rattling chains. No, she's just a young girl, about my age. I suppose dressed in white, wandering around from room to room. Not that I've seen her. Facility described hurriedly. I don't believe in ghosts. How dare. Nor do I, Daisy said, with more vehemence, because a few minutes ago she almost had believed. Thanks for bringing the lantern, Miss Norville. I was going to ring for one. I dare say someone might have answered the bell, knowing you're staying. But please, call me Felicity. Don't you? Won't you? And I'm Daisy. I also wanted to ask Miss Pardon whether there is a vehicle available for my mother when she arrives on Sunday. My sister, too. She's expecting an addition to the family, and it's quite a hill from the Brockton QA. There are farm carts. Felicity's lips quirked at Daisy's dismay. Or the pony trap. It's not used much in winter because of the state of the roads, but I expect they'd bring the pony in from the pasture for a dowerage viscountess. Yes. That's what your mother is, isn't she? Daisy laughed. Yes. And my sister Violet. Violet, yeah, is Lady John. Let me tell the pardon. Felicity begged. It would be too frightfully amusing to give her an order she couldn't refuse. I need to blow my nose again. Good morning. Hi, you. Blah. Blah. Sorry, I was blowing my nose because I have allergies right now. Blah. Hi. We are reading book right now. Blah. Murder. Mistletoe and murder. Hi. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, righto. You must think we're all mad, you see. We're poor reflections like the girl in white, only here on sufferance. Expect Gran, that is, the sixth Earl's will gives her the right to live at Brockton all her life. When she dies, the rest of us get booted out. What a beastly position to be in. Oh well, Felicity said with indifference. Real or assumed, Daisy wasn't sure. I expect I'll be married by then, and Miles will be qualified. Gran may be tiny, but she's healthy as a horse. Good for years yet. My parents my parents take very good care of her, I can tell you, though otherwise they bury their heads in the sand. Miles is really the only sane one amongst us. Miles? My brother. He'll be home to dinner. My nose. He is an articled clerk in my grandfather's office in Calstock. Grandpapa is a solicitor. Yep. I suppose he and Miles will have to support the parents and Jemima sooner or later. He put Miles through school, and we couldn't get by without the dress allowance he gives mother. The annuity the sixth Earl left Gran doesn't go far these days. Not much of the so-called dress allowance gets spent on clothes, I tell you. What beautiful work your grandmother does, though, Daisy said diplomatically. Felicity looked down at her dress. Yes, too clever, isn't it? Her knitting, too. She tried to teach me, but I haven't the patience for it, which does get me out of my share of the mending. Jemima's not bad at knitting for a kid, at least. Daddy will wear what she produces. The green waistcoat, Daisy guessed. Most of its sins are hidden by his jacket. Blech, my nose. Felicity said with a grin. I'm Moida shrooms. Bro, I'm so congested and you can hear it. I'm so glad you came to see Daisy. Most of the people I'm so glad you came to stay, Daisy. Most of the people Westmore drops into our midst are Musty old historians. Sometimes I think it's obvious anything to get away from this place. So, no, I do. Sometimes I think I do absolutely anything to get away from this place. Just having someone to talk to. I'm actually looking forward to Christmas. So am I, said Daisy, with partial truth. Derek and Belle and Derek's little brother would be fun. Her mother and Alex would just have to be Braun? It's born with an E. I don't know. Borny. But I've got to get some work done before the others arrive. Are there spills to light the lantern? Felicity found spills by the fireplace. The lantern improved visibility no end, and Felicity had learnt enough from her father to give Daisy quite as much information as she needed. They went around the hall examining crossbows and well-clock pistols, breastplates, and lobster-tail helmets. Indian sabers, yeah, and a Zulul shield, a whale's jawbones, and the head of an albatross. And there's the squint, said Felicity, holding a lantern high when they reached the west well. Squint? Never tell Never tell me Daddy didn't show you his pride and joy. She pointed at a hole in the wall above their heads. I did rather rush him around. What is it? A peephole. It's an it's a niche it's in a niche behind the arrays in the south room, which used to be part of the solar, the medieval family's living quarters. The lord of the manor could look down on his retainers and make sure they were behaving themselves. There's nothing. There's there's another one looking into the chapel so that the lady of the manor could attend services without having to mix with the men. Interesting. Positively medieval, said Daisy, and they both laughed. That's interesting. I'll have to have a look from there tomorrow. I'd better go and type out my notes now. I need to blow my nose again. God damn it. Yes, but I'll go watch them again just in case. Bum, 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 bum. Y'all grooving. Which one's that one? Is that one groove? It's boing. Boing, boing, boing. And grooving, moving, and grooving to the moving. Okay. Mush Nas. Okay. What with the rotten light and all, I probably shan't be able to read them tomorrow. Thanks for your help. She found the fire made up in her bedroom, and an oil lamp already lit. By its light, she managed to do her typing, but she was glad she hadn't have to hunt and peck. Ookie. Her secretarial training certainly came in handy. However, much she had hated her brief stint as a stenographer. Yep. Felicity Norville ought to be preparing to earn her own living, Daisy thought. It was all very well hoping to be married before her grandmother died, but with so many young men killed in the war. Ugh. Although perhaps in Felicity's case it wasn't just wishful thinking. What's she trying to say? What's Daisy trying to say? Perhaps she was already engaged. Odd that she hadn't mentioned it, though. If she was, most engaged girls could talk of nothing else. Hi, Sean. Daisy washed. At last, the plumbing was Victorian rather than medieval, and changed for dinner. When she went down to the library, she found a slender young man in a dinner jacket, leaning against the mantelpiece, staring into the fire. "Hello," she said, advancing. "You must be Miles Norville." He turned his head towards her. He looked older than she expected, several years older than Felicity. Then he turned completely, and she saw the empty sleeve pinned across his chest. Odd enough, old enough to have gone to war. Oh, he doesn't have an arm. "Hello," he said. He had a charming smile. "Yes, I'm Miles. You're Mrs. Fletcher, of course. How do you do? May I get you a drink?" He gestured at the little door between the bookshelves, which had intrigued Daisy. "The cellar doesn't run too much, I'm afraid, but there's some quite decent sherry." He coped admirably, I can't speak, admirably with the bottle and glass. Daisy restrained herself from helping. When she was working in that hospital office the last 10 years of the war, she had learnt the importance of letting injured men do things for themselves. "Is that a wine cellar?" she asked. "We keep our few bottles in there. No one seems to know what it used to be used for, not even my father. It's just a small windowless room with a small but very solid door." "A dungeon? Right next door to the library?" Miles queried. "My ancestors may have not been great readers, but still." "Perhaps not. No, perhaps not." Glass in hand, Daisy scanned the shelves. "These all seem to be fairly light reading. You must keep your books elsewhere. I hear you're going into the law. My husband's in another branch. He's a policeman." "Mr. Fletcher? But I thought your mother was—" "Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, my mother's the Dowager Lady Dalrymple," Daisy said ruefully. "But I married a Scotland Yard detective. Lord Westmore didn't mention it? If the others don't know, please don't tell them. Alec much prefers to be incognito when he's on holiday. Of course, he's a Scotland Yard, is he? There is not much criminal law in our practice. They talked about different aspects of the law until Godfrey and Dora Norville and Jemima came in. Old Mrs. Norville and Felicity soon followed, and they all went along to the dining room. A maid waited on them, with Mrs. Pardon hovering in the background to direct her. It was obvious the maid was not accustomed to waiting at table. It was equally obvious that the Norvilles were not accustomed to being waited on. Jemima even got as far as stacking several empty soup plates before Felicity noticed and said, "Don't do that, you little ass." Oh my god. I'm not an ass. I'm not. Mommy, tell her to not call me an ass. That was uncalled for, Felicity. Jemima was just being helpful. Now that's enough from both of you. What will Mrs. Fletcher think of your manners? Mrs. Fletcher studiously ignored the phrases. Yep. Turning to Godfrey Norville with a question about the variety of swords, sabers, and rep, rep, rapiers hanging in the hall, with excursions into the halberd, pikes, spears, partisans, and still more exotic polearms. These kept her busy throughout the meal. He gave her far more information than she could possibly use about the various implements chosen by different eras and nations, intent upon slaughter. Oh. Enjoy your lurk, Phoenix. She was glad she hadn't brought her notebook, or she would have had managed a single mouthful. Alright. The meal was good plain cooking. Presumably Lord Westmore employed the cook to feed his servants, not the relatives for whom he showed so little regard. Ingredients were all fresh, though produced on the Bracton farm, a treat in themselves compared to the limp offerings of London shops. In any case, after living on eggs, cheese, tinned soups, and sardines during her years of independence, Daisy was not inclined to be fussy. After the meal, Jemima was sent to bed, and the others returned to the library for their coffee. Daisy asked about the Brockton farms and the lime kilns down at Brockton QA. It's like quarry, but no ore. I don't know. After Norville knew nothing about them and obviously wasn't interested. "I can explain the workings of the kilns," said Miles. "They used to fascinate me when I was a boy, as I'd never seen a factory. They were my idea of dark satanic mills." Whoa. "They are rather dark and satanic, aren't they?" Daisy agreed. "And I used to help on the home farm in the summer, but that was before the war, so I'm afraid my information's a bit rusty." "I expect things haven't changed much. What do they grow, or is it mostly animals?" QA, yeah. It's where you dock boats. Ah. "I remember bottle feeding lambs in the spring," said Felicity. They talked for a while. Then Miles excused himself to study some papers he had brought home. Mrs. Norville took up her crochet work, and Mrs. Godfrey suggested bridge. She suggested bridge. That should please the dowagery Viscountess, Daisy thought. Before she had to confess that she did not play, she had, in fact, carefully avoided learning. Felicity said, "Oh no, Mother, I think I'll go for a bit of a stroll. I could do with some fresh air." "It's December, you'll catch your death." "Bosh! Bosh, it's a beautiful night, and I'll change into something warm." Without further ado, she went off. Mrs. Godfrey watched with a frown. "Girls," she said to Daisy, always moody. I'm sure I never had such trouble with Miles." Overhearing, Miles said with a grin, "I was away at school, Mother, and then in the army. I was deprived of the opportunity to trouble you. What flick wants something to keep her occupied?" What? Hi, Baha. How are you? What Felicity wants is to go up to London to do the social. Yep, to do the social season. There's no chance of that. "I expect she's happier in the summer," Daisy said, tactfully, "when it's easier to see other local young people. Oh, yes, there are always plenty of tennis parties and picnics and drives to the seaside with friends and family and friends. Hello. Hi. Hi, welcome in. Hi, Simon. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Hi, welcome in. How was your stream? Hello. How was all the long drive? Did you finish it, or did you park on the side of the road? Hopefully you don't get eaten by a rando. Oh, hi. Hi. Hello. How was your stream? Welcome in. I am Jasper Geist, and I'm saying hi. Hello, I'm Jasper Geist. I'm a ghost VTuber, and I play a variety of spooky, scary games. But right now, I'm reading a book. It's called Mistletoe and Murder, so we're comfy and cozy right now. And don't mind my stuffy nose. Yep, I have allergies. Yeah, pleasure meeting you too. Hi. How was your stream? How far did you get on the long drive? I've yet to play. I want to, though. It seems fun. And a cat, yes. Yes. Get the. Hi. Hi, Gas. How are you? I'm good, other than sniffly. Oh no. I had to end because she. Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know if that's. Is that far? I don't know. I've not played. But I hope you had fun. I like how scuffed that game is. Reading while driving? Oh, very safe thing to do. Minecraft. Oh, wow. So kind of far. Ah, I see. It didn't end. Oh, I see. You probably got a little too much into your book and was like, anyway, meow, and drove off the road. It's going good. We're reading Mistletoe and Murder is the book we're reading, and it's about this girl named Daisy, and it's set in 1920s London, and they're visiting family, like a strange, what do you call it? A strange family? Is that how you call it? Yeah, and yeah, we're learning about the family, and she also works for like a paper, and she's learning about the history of the house and the family for a story. A British family, yes. Yeah, and it's interesting so far. There's a lot of this book It doesn't leave anything to the imagination when it comes to describing each and every room and hallway. but yeah. Thank you again for the raid, Simon. If you and your raiders need to go head out and do some after stream care, get some food, water, sleep, rest, all that good stuff, please go take care of yourselves. Yeah, go do your thing. You're more than welcome to hang out here while we continue to read our book. And yeah, thank you again. I appreciate you. Don't mind my sniffling. It's just allergy things, you know. I stretch. But yeah. And apparently there's a ghost. Another ghost. Besides me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. And thank you again for the raid. Where were we? Where was I? Oh, okay, I found it. Now you got a headache? Oh no. Bye. Got me too cozy. Yeah, everyone take a nap. Take a nap if you can. Fearless, I don't know if you... Maybe too many nap. Too much nap. Let's see. Oh yes, there are always plenty of tennis parties and picnics and drives to the seaside. With friends and friends of friends. She was hardly home a single day last summer. But that makes one anxious too. I never know just whom she was meeting. Daisy had no consolation to offer. She was relieved when Mr. Novell called her over to examine the plans of the 15th century pendulum clock in the chapel. Not that she understood his exclamation of its mechanism. Her school had not considered science a suitable subject for young ladies. She retired early, intending to get up early so as to not waste daylight. If it was sunny again, she might even try a few indoor photographs. She had brought magnesium powder for flashes, but she hated using it. In her experience, it tended to either fizzle or explode in clouds of smoke. A long exposure was much easier to cope with, although she still often ended up with over or underexposed pictures. When she went down in the morning, she found Miles already at breakfast. "A hot breakfast," he said cheerfully, waving at the row of spirit lamp warmed dishes on the sideboard. "In your honor, I wish you'd come and stay more often. Try the sausages, they're homemade." They smell delicious. Halfway through her meal, Miles had to leave her to walk into Colstock to the office. "It's Saturday, so I'll be back at midday," he told her. "And then 4 days free. We've been given a holiday on Monday, Tuesday. On Monday, Tuesday is Christmas, of course, and Boxing Day is a bank holiday. Your people arrive tomorrow?" "Yes, in the afternoon." "It'll be fun having children around for Christmas. I'm off. Cheerio, Mrs. Fetcher." Daisy finished her breakfast without seeing any of the others and went through the old house, taking notes and noting questions to be asked. She moved from the old dining room into the chapel, then back to the punch room with its miniature wine bins now empty. Thence stone stairs, steep and narrow, led to the White Room and the Dutchman's Tower. Above the white room was the drawing room, with windows on 3 sides. It was flooded with light. The most prized items there were 2 cushions sat upon by King George III and Queen Charlotte when they came to break fast in 1789. But they weren't exactly picturesque. The most photographable piece was the Italian writing cabinet with the secret drawers. Daisy contemplated trying a shot, but if the naked figures came out well enough to distinguish, her editor would probably balk at printing it. A quick foyer, yeah, a quick foyer up to the small bedrooms in the top of the tower showed each so full of a 4-poster bed as to make photography impossible. The hall and dining room must be sunny by now, though, and both were worth a photo or two. Daisy went back down. The rest of the morning she spent taking photos in the hall and the old dining room at lunch. She asked the questions she had noted down, which the ever-helpful Godfrey Norville answered with his usual flood of information. He was winding down when the trump of boots was heard in the corridor. "Not too late for lunch, I hope, Mr. Colloway." "Yep," Colloway cried a hearty voice. Come in, my dear fellow. You must be as sharp set as I am." "Uncle Vic!" Felicity sprang to her feet. The door swung open. A big, weather-bronzed, bearded man in a gold-braided jacket filled the doorway. "Mother, here's your wandering son. Came home again." "Yeah. How are you, my dear?" He strode in and bent to kiss his mother, then stood with his hands on the back of her chair, looking around with evident satisfaction. "Your servant, Dora." "Felicity, my word, but you're a young lady now, and no mistake. Jemima, come kiss your old uncle. Well, Godfrey, how do you go on, old man? And Miles, my dear fellow, it's good to see you again." A babble of greetings answered him. As far as Daisy could see, everyone was pleased to see him, but no one seemed to notice the man who had taken... Hello? Why did the... My TV turned on with wax fraud. Give me one moment. God damn, so many VRBs today. A ghost. I had to go in the living room and grab the remote because I couldn't find the remote in the living room, so I just used the remote from in here and there because we're the same TV. Okay. Anyway. Where were we? No one seemed to notice the man who had taken his place in the doorway. The man Victor Norville had addressed as Calloway was an elderly soldiery man, a tall, thin figure in black with a dog collar. Okay. His yellowish face, set in stern lines, bore an expression of resigned weariness. He seemed an odd companion for the genial captain. I don't know, it's not gentle. Unless they forgot a T. Victor Norville's voice, accustomed to battling galleys and crashing waves, cut through the babble. Dora, I've brought a guest. He won't upset your housekeeping too much, I dare say. We already have a guest, Victor, Mrs. Godfrey pointed out. Mrs. Fletcher, as you have gathered, this is my brother-in-law, Captain Norville. The captain engulfed Daisy's hand in his own. Happy to make your acquaintance, ma'am. My sister-in-law's guest is a sight prettier than mine. No offense meant, Calloway. You can't deny it. Mother Dora Godfrey, this is the revered Calloway, who's come all the way from India with me. By then, Felicity and Jemima had set 2 more places at the table. Daisy liked the look of Captain Norville, but she excused herself to go back to work, not wanting to cramp the family reunion. As she left, Miles stopped her to say he brought a couple of letters for her from the Cowstock post office. She picked them up from the cluttered hall table. An oil lamp, a pair of leather gloves, several candlesticks with remains of candles of various heights, a man's handkerchief, clean and nearly folded, 2 library books, a jar of spills and other pencils, and a week-old Times. Y'all remember that? The murder weapon might be one of those. You never know. One of Daisy's letters was from Violet, forwarded from St. John's Wood in Belinda's careful handwriting. The other was Alec. He must have written it shortly after Daisy had caught the ghastly early morning train to Plymouth. Tearing it open on her way to her room, she prayed that no rush of murders had called him to the other end of the country, putting paid to his holiday after all. She scanned his clear, firm writing, and as she dropped into a chair by the window, she actually laughed aloud in relief. His mother had decided to spend Christmas with her sister in Bournemouth. Yep. Daisy would have only her own mother to cope with. But what had V written for when they would see each other tomorrow? A moment later, she had put down her sister's letter with a sigh. Janine? Jolene? It's like Jolene, but John? Janine. Didn't think Violet was well enough to travel. Derek was devastated. Well, Belinda would be equally devastated, and Daisy was going to have to cope with Mother without the able assistance of the good daughter Violet had always been. Blast, she said. She moved to the writing table to pen a reply to her sister. Having finished it, she realized that it probably wouldn't be posted till the day after Boxing Day, unless she walked to the Cowstock herself. Oh, blast. Oh well, back to work. Turning to the typewriter, she made note of Godfrey Norville's answer to her questions. The housekeeper had better be told that the Forbishers and Miss Fletcher Senior were no longer expected. Daisy went to find Miss Pardon, running her to earth in the kitchen court. Okay. Well, I don't mind saying, Madam, it's a great relief. I was going to have to put someone in the old house, which isn't at all convenient. There is no denying. Daisy took the opportunity to investigate the complex of kitchens, storerooms, sculleries? Don't know. And laundry rooms around the court, still in use, though coeval with the old house. Then she made her way to the Red Room. Red Room? Hi, Cord. Thank you for the self-care. Above the punch room, the Red Room had been a part of the solar in medieval times. Its huge four-poster was hung with crimson drapery, hence the name. The tapestries on the walls were particularly spectacular, especially a more than life-size battle scene, but there were also 3 charming panels of children at play. Reluctantly, Daisy decided the light was too dim for photography. But the south room, the other part of the part mentioned solar, would be brighter with its big windows onto the hall court. Daisy went through. Here hung more splendid tapestries and well lit now. But to Daisy, the most interesting feature of the room was what they hid. The squints Felicity had described. The far right corner must look over the chapel. Pulling back the arrays, Daisy was delighted to find a closet big enough for 2 or 3 people at a pinch, and the promised opening through the wall. The worshippers above would be visible to the priest, but not to the congregation, thus preserving the lady's modesty, Daisy supposed. She crossed the room to find the peephole onto the hall. She had pulled aside the tapestry and saw someone was there before her, an obscure figure in the shadows, and from the hall became the voices of 2 angry men raised in a shouting match. Whoa. Whoa. That's the end of chapter 3. Whoa. Develop film. Oh. Congregation. That's a lot of G's. Congregation. Congregation. Thank you. I think for me, I'm like, I don't know how often I see these words written out, so I'm like, but yeah, what do you guys think so far? Chapter 3, done. Where's the spooky at? Where's the murder mystery portion? I think we're getting into it. I don't know. Is all in the detail? I guess. I mean, I wonder how, because there is, what, did I say 17 chapters? So it might take a while to actually get to the scary. To the spooky, scary. Oh, there's 20 chapters. So just vibing, nice. We skipping a few chapters? We could. What do you guys think? Follow your heart. Well, I'm not gonna read. I don't know. Read all of it? I don't know how long that would be. I mean, 2:30. Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13. Looks like there's 13 pages per chapter. Let's see. This is what, well, chapter 5 has only 10. Figure out what's happening and context clues? That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Maybe that'll give us a... Yeah, because I don't know if we can... We're gonna read the whole book. We're gonna read it all today. Let me put a... Oh. Let me put a little thing so I can come back to there. Okay. Let's see, where would... Let me cut in the middle of the book. Chapter 10. Makes sense. Everyone is dead. Yeah. Okay, we'll start with chapter 10 and see. Alright. Chapter 10. I must speak to you, Daisy, Felicity begged. Of course, I'd better go and see where Belinda and Derek have gotten to. Come with me. It's all right, said Miles. They came in a few minutes ago. Flick sent them to clean up for tea. I'll go and make sure that's what they're doing. He started to leave, then hesitated and looked back at his sister. But apparently he decided whatever he'd been going to say was likely to do more harm than good. He shrugged and went on, closing the door behind him. Do you have to tell Mr. Fletcher what Jemima said? Felicity asked. It would be much better if you told him yourself. Daisy temporalized. He's bound to find out one way or another from Miles. What did she say? Just wait for the anime. Oh, Miles might disapprove, but he wouldn't tell. It's not as if my friend had anything to do with Calloway's death. He died. Which one was Calloway? Was that the brother that we just met? I should have thought you knew. I think it was that. Calloway. Calloway. Castaways. We are castaways. We've heard of Calloway. But there's been so many big ass names. Captain Norville. Oh yeah. The man Victor Norville had addressed as Calloway was the... It's the guy! The guy who he... The friend that the brother brought. The guy the Brando. Yeah, we didn't get to know about him at all. That we just met him at the end of chapter 3. Well, he died. Do you think I mean, how soon do you think he died? Like, do you think if we read chapter 4, I think maybe, because this is chapter 10 that we just found out. Gotta be like 7 or 8, right? Now I want to go back. We just don't know when he dies. Let's see. Let's read the end of each chapter before then. Okay, what's the end of chapter? Ba, 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 ba. It looks like at the end of chapter 5, which means I flipped too far, Daisy's trying to convince her mom to not go. 6, they're putting up Christmas decorations. Something about mistletoe. Whoa. I'm just glancing at words. What? Oh, there's something about a dagger at the end of chapter 6. Just doing multiple streams. We could. Should we? How do we feel about that? Dagger. Someone dies. Chilling like a villain. Okay, I am getting a little hungry, so maybe we'll read for 30 more minutes. Optimistic. My glass. Okay. We'll continue off of chapter 4 then. There's a lot of filler. So many filler. Alright, we'll continue then. So, basically... Oh, so Daisy just saw the two... Yeah. She crossed the room to find the peephole into the hall as she pulled aside the tapestry. She saw that someone was there before her, an obscure figure in the shadows. And from the hall beyond came the voices of 2 angry men raised in a shouting match. You don't need to apologize. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Alright, chapter 4. Alone, Daisy might have succumbed to temptation against every perceptive of ladylike behavior drummed into her at an early age. With someone else already present, eavesdropping was out of the question. Alas, especially as that person was turning towards her. She backed out with a word of apology. Jemima followed into the room's brightness. She looked upset. Daisy wasn't surprised, though she hadn't heard what they were shouting. She had recognized the dispute's voices. With Godfrey Norval's, she was by now familiar, and the Centurion, second could only be his brothers. The amity of the captain's return had not lasted long. "Are you all right, Jemima?" she asked. "I heard your father and uncle arguing, but I don't suppose for a minute if it had anything to do with you, did it?" Jemima gave her a sullen glare. "I don't know. I didn't hear what they said." She ran from the room. Daisy was pretty sure the girl was lying. but after all, it was none of her business. With a shrug, she decided to take a proper look at the hall squint later. She turned to consideration of the south room's furnishings, including a walnut exterior with, according to Godfrey, secret drawers. They really like talking about this secret drawer one. Like the one in the drawing room. Frustratingly, she failed to find a single one. By the time she finished, the light was fading fast, and she was in need of a cup of tea. She returned to her bedroom for a wash and brush up. Then she went along to old Miss Norville's sitting room to find out whether the tea ceremony had returned to its accustomed place. Miss Norville was just setting the final stitches in her piece of embroidery. "Tea in the library again," she said in answer to Daisy's inquiry. "I hope buzzing up and down those stairs isn't too much for you." "Not at all, my dear." The old lady gave her sweetest smile. "On the contrary, I'm sure it's good for me. Godfrey and Dora do tend to keep me wrapped in cotton wool. However, often the doctor swears there's nothing wrong with me bear a few aches and pains to tribute to one pays to old age. The tribute one pays to one age." "Mother?" Captain Norville blew into the room like a fresh sea breeze. "Hello, Mrs. Fetcher. What, no tea? Has the custom of the house changed since I was last at home?" "Tea in the library today, Victor dearest, in the honor of our guests. Come in, Mr. Calloway." "Oh, bum bum bum. We know what happens to you." "I know it's something you don't." She invited the clergyman, who had come to the captain, but paused on the threshold. "I shall be with you in just a minute." She tied a last knot, folded the cloth, and started to put away her needle and silks. But the revered Calloway was staring in horror at the colorful images scattered about the room. "Pagan idols!" he exclaimed. "My life has been spent in fighting these demons. Oh, I did not expect to find them worshipped in my own country. Madame, you better had remained a heathen all your days than accept our Lord and then renounce him." Bro, you're in their house. Chill. "Poppycock!" cried the captain. "My dear sir, my mother is as Christian as you or I, or Mrs. Fetcher there. I gave her these gewgaws myself as mementos of her homeland. Ornaments they are, nothing but ornaments, I assure you." Indeed, Calloway gave him a hard, suspicious look. "I trust you are right, Captain, but this is most disturbing." Mrs. Norville looked quite frightened. Daisy decided it was time to stick her oar in. "I find the chap with the blue face particularly jolly," she said brightly. "It rather reminds me of Picasso's blue period." "Picasso?" Calloway asked, frowning. "Pablo Picasso, the French painter. Or is he Spanish?" Too fearfully modern. Anyway, gosh, let's go down to tea. I'm simply parched." She practically forced the clergyman to accompany her, leaving the Norvilles to come together, while she went on chattering inanely about modern art, a subject with which she was not widely acquainted, but hoped Calloway was less. She wondered what on earth had possessed Captain Norville to bring the grim missionary home with him. From what she had seen of the captain, Daisy was sure he had been motivated by a kindly impulse. Perhaps he had thought Mrs. Norville would like to talk to someone who had spent his life in India. More likely, Calloway had nowhere to go for Christmas, and Victor Norville had not considered that he might throw a blight over the festivities. Maybe that was what Victor and Godfrey had quarreled about. As on the previous day, Godfrey and Norville didn't come in for tea. With no interaction between the brothers to observe, Daisy was foiled in her hope of finding out more about their squabble. She wondered whether it was responsible for the tension, almost excitement she sensed in the rest of the family. It was nothing she could put her finger on. They were just more vivid, more like oils than the pastel watercolors they had been yesterday. Perhaps an in-leveling presence of Captain Norville was enough to explain the change, and of course Christmas was nearly upon them. Even more unknowing, and therefore interesting, guests arrived tomorrow. Daisy hadn't yet informed either Mrs. Norville nor her daughter-in-law about the reduction in numbers, so she went ahead and told them now. They were expressing their regrets when Calloway burst out. "Travelling on Sunday? When I left England decent, people did not travel on Sunday for pleasure, only if forced by circumstances. Things are sadly changed." Daisy suspected his memory was at fault, but he said politely, "When did you go abroad, Mr. Calloway?" "As soon as I had taken orders. I was called to minister to the heathen." What? "And in that field I had labored for over 50 years. He must have been over 70 then. Daisy reckoned, though he did not look it. The tropical climate must have suited him. "Always in India?" she asked. "Always in India," he confirmed, throwing a significant glance at old Miss Norville. "Naturally, I came home on leave several times, though not in recent years. I see that England has not changed for the better." "The war altered many things," Daisy said, and used the excuse of refilling her teacup to exchange the Jeremiah for Miles' more cheerful company. "Sorry about the old grouch," he said, as she sat down beside him. "He's a bit of a blister, isn't he? Oh dear, did my face give me away?" No, or only because I was looking. I'm afraid the Rev is here for a purpose, and he is going to be staying for Christmas. Uncle Victor told me what happened upstairs in Gran's room. He's an old egg. A good egg. He's a good egg. He's a good egg. Uncle Vic He's a good egg, Uncle Vic. Behind all the hail fellow, well met. By the way, he's hoping you won't mention that business to the rest of the family." "Of course not." "I want to thank you," Miles said awkwardly, "for jumping to Gran's defense." Old egg. He's an old egg. Has not changed for the better. They have a toffee and egg. They have a toffee and egg shortage. Oh no. Thank you for the 3-string street glass. With the toffee and egg. Yeah, fair. The chap with the blue face. I'm gonna butcher this. Krishina? Krishina really did remind me of Picasso. On the whole, I prefer Krishina. Miles laughed, and they dropped the subject. For the rest of the day and the following morning, Daisy saw the Norvilles and their Slur... Slurical. Guest only at meals. She was mildly trying to get her own article, if not written, at least pinned before her own family arrived. She had a wealth of material to sort out, much of it the kind of stuff which would make for a marvelous, lively piece. By an hour after lunch on Sunday, she had her outline prepared and was ready to call it a day. The afternoon was overcast, but still mild, with no sign of impending rain. She decided to walk down to the quay to meet Alec, Belinda, and Dowager Lady Dalrymple. She couldn't tell exactly when the boat would arrive, but she knew the early Peddington Palmouth Express ran an hour later on Sundays. In the entrance hall, she met Felicity and Miles, bound on the same errand to welcome the newcomers, and they found themselves following the pony trap down to the drive. We didn't like to tell you at lunch, said Facility, because the Rev was there, but you missed the service this morning. Gran invited him to preside in the chapel, and Uncle Vic hurried us all in willy-nilly servants too. How very remiss of me, Daisy said, though I plead that I didn't know about it. No one hurted me, but perhaps my lack of piety will make Mr. Calloway look more kindly on the rest of you. Not a hope, Miles scoffed. He took one look at Flick's lip rouge and gave us a sermon of vanity. You've got the wrong kind of vanity, his sister argued. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. That's about the unimportance of worldly things. My word, you must have been listening. And you weren't? Felicity retorted. They went on teasing in the brotherly sisterly way. Daisy thought how much she missed Gervais, who had not returned from the trenches of Flanders, where she assumed Miles had left his arm. Holy. The loss of her brother still hurt, though she had to admit she didn't think of him as often these days, nor of her dead fiancé. Oh yeah, she got trauma. She got trauma. Michael held a corner of her heart forever, but Alec filled the rest. Alec and Belinda, and she was going to see them any minute. She hesitated her steps. When they came in sight of the quay, a motor launch was already moored at one of the waivers. Yep. The trap and a farm wagon stood nearby, with pony and cart horse waiting patiently. On the quay, a pile of luggage was growing, handed up from the launch by the boatman to the hands of two farmer laborers. Alec was already ashore, directing the operation. The heap of bags concealed the passengers still aboard. Looking down into the boat, Alec said in his firmest voice, I wouldn't do that if I were you, old fellow. If you don't both land in the water, you'll land in the mud. Old fellow. The only thing less likely than he should so address his daughter was that he should address his mother-in-law, whom whom had they brought with them? Whom had they brought with them? Alec reached down and helped Belinda up into the wharf. She saw Daisy at once and came running, pigtails flying. "Mummy, Mummy!" She flung herself into Daisy's open arms. "Mummy, Derek's come too." He rung up and said He rung up and said, couldn't we invite him without telling Aunt Violet or Uncle John? He'd asked. So Daddy rung back right away, and I talked to him on the phone to Aunt Violet and told her I'd be frightfully sad if Derek couldn't come, and she said yes. Before she finished, Derek had disembarked and was tearing along after her, hauled at stop speed by Nana. Nan. Yeah. No, Nana. The breeze ruffling his blonde hair. "Nana!" Daisy exclaimed. "Hello, Aunt Daisy," called Derek. "Did Belle tell you about me coming?" Fending off the puppy, Daisy listened with half an ear to her nephew's rhapsody. Yeah, on their journey up to Tamar. Meanwhile, Belinda had turned to Felicity and Miles. "Hello, I am Belinda Fetcher," she said. "I am most awfully sorry about bringing Nana. Oh, Nana's the dog. Nana dog. Nana is the dog. My friend said she was going to stay with, couldn't have her, right at the last minute. Daddy says she'll have to stay tied up outside." Doubtfully, she added, "He says she won't be too awfully miserable." Felicity glanced at Miles. Her eyes full of mischief, she said, "Nana might pine. We can't have that. No one will mind if she comes into the house." "The East Wing," Miles qualified. "Father would have 40 fits if she were loose in the old house." Belinda and Derek promised faithfully that the puppy should not put so much as her nose over the threshold, and Daisy performed belated introductions. By then, her mother was ashore, moving towards the trap, leaning heavily on Alec's arm. "Grandmamma is in a fearful bait about Nana," Derek observed, and said about having to come by boat, and because Uncle Alec told her in the train, he thought Lord Worstmore wasn't going to be here for Christmas, and because Mummy and Daddy didn't come, she's mad as a whole hive of hornets. Wow. "Don't speak of your grandmother like that, you horrid little brat." Oh my god. Said Daisy, quilling? "Felicity, I think it would be a good idea if you and Miles took the children up to the house while I see if I can soothe a few ruffled feathers." "Righto," Miles said promptly. "We'll go to the back way through the woods and give the dog a run. Come on, you two." Oh my. Oh my. It's so weird to read about that these people are so posh and everything. And I feel like they'd laugh like, ah ha 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 ha. So weird. Felicity looked down at her rather smart shoes. "Not me, I'll stick with Daisy." "Mummy," Belinda clung. "Go along with Mr. Norville and Derek, darling. Nana's your puppy. You're in charge of her, even if you let Derek hold the lead." "You can have her now, Belle," said Derek. Yep. His dog, Tinkerbell, was a country dog and hardly ever had to go on a lead. Belinda felt better holding Nana's lead. She had been worried about coming to Brockton. Gran had warned her that going to stay in a grand house with a grand lord would be very different from staying with Uncle John and Aunt Violet, who were practically part of her family. If Belinda's manners were not perfect, they would look down on her as little bird. And then there was Grandmama Del Dalrymple, who was as grand as a grandmother could be, and rather frightened. And rather frightened Belle, and maybe already considered her ill-bred. Oh, ill-bred, oh. Belle was awfully glad Derek had been allowed to come. Nothing bothered Derek, not even turning up with the dog, who wasn't invited. Belinda was in two minds about Nana. Ugh, my nose was doing good and then it came back. What happened? Ugh. Nana would go on loving Belinda even if the rest of us, even if all the rest of the world thought she was ill-bred. On the other hand, she was an uninvited guest, and just turning up with her might make people think her mistress was ill-bred. Mr. Norville, she said, as they reached a path through the woods by the river, do you really, really, truly not mind Nana? Not at all. Why is she called Nana? After Peter Pan, because Derek's dog is called Tinkerbell. Oh. Only he usually just calls her Tinker. Especially now, he knows me. 'Cause he calls me Belle, you see? I see. May I call you Belle? You better call me Uncle Miles, I should think. Mr. Novell is my father. And he wouldn't mind Nana as long as you keep her out of the old house. I need to blow my nose. Bah. Hi. Sleepy in your office? Whoa. Hi. Hi, Ground Shark. I'm stretching. I was just blowing my nose. We're reading a book. Ah! Hi, Kito. Kito. Hi. Can I call you Kito for short? But hi. How are you guys doing? What kind of book? It's called Mistletoe and Murder. It's set in 1920s England, or London, you know, England basically. London, England, England, London. Yep, and murders. Kato, K2, Kato, Kato, Katu, Katu, Katu. I love murder. I mean mistletoes. Mistletoe. Kato. Okay, cool. Thank you, Kato. Not Ki, it's K. K. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. But hi, how you doing? I'm really bad with names, so. Like Kato. Ah, Kato. Yeah, okay, that's good. Kato. Kato, okay. Maybe. Yeah, so basically, main character, her name is Daisy, and they're staying at Lord. Who? I keep forgetting. Starts on an N. The Lord a lord. The lord and lady of the house. They're basically like family, and there might be a murder. Daisy is a detective, I think. But she also writes articles on the side for a newspaper. The lord, yeah. There might be a murder. No. If I flip back a page or two, I could... I'm sure. They say it so many times. Norville! Mr. and Mrs. Norville. Lord and Lady Norville. Yes. There you go. Right? Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. There's also a ghost. And her husband is a cop, though. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, yay. Nice. Well, this book might put you back into another nap, so. Is a self-insert character? Yeah. I feel like most writers do that because it's easier to do. I think it'd be easier for someone to make the main character a self-insert. The Moira. Yes. Apparently this is the 11th book in the series, so... I know of the name, but I haven't seen this show. But yeah, we're on chapter 5. Nope, chapter 4. We're on chapter 4. And we did look up ahead a little bit to see. And Moida. Alrighty. So right now, basically the rest of Daisy got to the house first, and now she's the rest of her family just got there, basically. Which it seems like her husband, her daughter, her mother, and like her uncle? Yeah. Moida. And I have a little bit of allergies right now because cats, so don't mind my sniffle and low-key stuffy nose. Hiccup. Alrighty. Why? Asked Eric. I mean, I should have thought he'd care more about new stuff than old. He's a historian, Miles explained. The old house is full of valuable antiques, tapestries, and 4 poster beds and cabinets with secret drawers and all sorts of things. Secret drawers, gosh, and a secret passage, and a lost treasure, and a ghost. Oh wait, are they Australian? Crikey! Breathed Derek. Ripping. Belinda wasn't so sure a ghost was ripping, but she saw a twinkle in Uncle Miles's eyes and guessed he was teasing Derek. Have you ever seen a ghost, Uncle Miles? She asked. No, not I, but I live in hopes. Aren't you going to let Nana off to chase squirrels, Belle? Won't she come when she's called? Mostly. She always comes when I whistle, said Derek. That's not fair. Girls aren't supposed to whistle. That's crazy. Yeah, hiccup. Who said that? Your Gran or Aunt Daisy? Gran, said Belle, grasping Derek's point at once. Her new mother had very different ideas from her grandmother about what was proper for girls to do. But I don't know how. Let Nana off and we'll teach you, Uncle Miles promised. By the way, they reached the house. Oh, by the time they reached the house. By the time they reached the house, Nana was exhausted and muddy, while Uncle Miles and Derek were wheezing from laughing at Belinda's efforts. But she could almost whistle. Whenever she tried, Nana clogged her head, so it was worth preserving. Better not whistle indoors, suggested Uncle Miles, and we'd better take Nana to one of the gardens to be washed before she comes in this way. With the puppy clean and as dry as a couple of sacks, okay, could make her, they went into the house. Nana went straight for the fireplace, lay down on the hearth rug, and fell asleep. No one seemed very interested in her. They were busy fussing around Lady Dalrymple with cushions and tea. There was a girl not much older than Belinda and Derek, but she wasn't a bit friendly. There was cross-looking clergyman, not at all like chubby, cheerful Mr. Preston at home. Derek started to talk to a man who was a sailor, a captain. Belinda went politely to sit with an old lady who smiled at her. Her name was Mrs. Norville. She came... The fuck? Why are we getting a new introduction? We know who these people are. What? She said she came from India a long, long time ago. So Belle told her about her school friend, Deva, who was Indian. Mrs. Norville was very nice. After tea, Uncle Miles took Belinda and Derek on a tour of the old house. He warned them to be very careful because of everything was so valuable. They had to take a lantern because it was getting dark and there was no electricity, not even gas. I've got an electric torch. Oh no, my only weakness, Derek announced. Daddy gave it to me for an early Christmas present. I'll go and get it. Save the battery for when you need it, Uncle Miles advised, lighting his lantern. The old house was full of interesting things, but it was a bit eerie by lantern light. There were shadows everywhere, and the people in the tapestries seemed to jump out at you when you went into a room. They kept moving too, because it was widely outside now, and the draws made the tapestries ripple and rustle. It's sort of like being in a house full of ghosts, Belinda said. Real ghosts don't moan and rattle their chains, Derek objected. I say, Belle, let's come back tomorrow when it's light and look for the treasure map in the secret drawers. May we, Uncle Miles? I don't know. I don't moan and groan and rattle chains, so maybe they're right on that. I don't see why not, as long as you're careful not to break anything. Right-o, we better get back now. It's your supper time, and we have to dress for dinner. Jemima had supper with Derek and Belinda. She was simply furious because she usually had dinner with the grown-ups. The silly thing was she was hungry with Belle and Derek, though it wasn't their fault at all. She scowled and muttered, and after pudding, delicious apple pie, and very thick cream, and the maid called clotted, she said loudly, "It's going to be a rotten Christmas," and went off without another word. She can have a rotten Christmas if she wants, said Derek. We're going to have a ripping Christmas. Nanny packed a big box of crackers and gummed paper for making paper chains. And Captain Norville said there'll be a Christmas tree and carols and mince pies and plum pudding with 6 pence in with 6 pences in if he has to put them there himself. And if we hung up stockings tomorrow night, Father Christmas will come. Father Christmas will come. Only he'll have a grizzled gray beard instead of white. Belinda giggled. What a nice man. I hope you don't tell him you're too old for Father Christmas. Oh gosh, no. I said, could we borrow a pair of his socks? Because they're probably the biggest stocking in the house. And he said yes. He's a brick. What? He's a brick. Maybe I'll be a sailor when I grow up. Who am I speaking the POV of? Are we still Daisy? I don't even know anymore. Right now, what you've got to be is a gentleman. I have to take Nana out. Please, may I borrow your electric torch? Derek hassled, then came up with a compromise. Tell you what, I'll come with you. Even with the torch, it was very dark outside, very different from London, with its street lamps and lights in people's houses. The wind was blowing in great gusts, which hurried them along in one direction, and held them back when they turned around. Some of the gusts showered them in raindrops. Derek thought it was very jolly, and Belinda could see what he meant, but she was glad to go back inside. It has to be either Derek or Belinda. They took Nan to the scullery, where they had been told she was to sleep, then found their bedroom candles and lit them. They both thought it was very funny to be carrying lit candles to bed with him, and Derek laughed so hard he blew his out halfway up the stairs. There were two lots of stairs, the second one very steep and narrow, and sort of twisty, with tiny landing at the top. The bedrooms were very small, with sloping ceilings because they were up under the roof. Derek was next to Belinda's, with a connecting door. There was a door on the other side, too, which a maid had told her was to the Reverend Calloway's room. Keep that in mind, Reverend Calloway. Yeah. A door. There was a door on the other side, too, which the maid had told her led. Alright, so Derek and Belinda are near the Reverend's room, the Reverend Calloway, the Calloway's room. And her presents were just at the bottom of the twisty stairs. She and Derek got ready for bed, and then sat cross-legged on Belinda's bed, planning tomorrow's treasure hunt. Derek was sure the map must have been hidden in the desk, with the naked people on it. Belle voted for the other desk. Uncle Miles had shown them in the south room, mostly because she didn't think they ought to be looking at the naked people. We won't look at them, Derek argued. We'll be too busy searching for the secret drawers no one else has found. I bet that's why they didn't find them, because they were squeamish about the naked people. You're not squeamish, are you? No, Belle denied hotly, though she wasn't at all sure what squeamish meant. It was a good word, though. Derek probably learnt it at his boarding school. All right, that's settled then. Oh, hello, Aunt Daisy. Is it bedtime already? Yes, darling, off you go. I'll pop in when I've tucked Belle in. I've brought you a nightlight, Belle, because you're in a strange place and there's no switch to turn on the light if you need one. She lit a little fat candle and sat it on the chest of drawers. All right, darling. Belinda was asleep almost before Daisy had kissed her good night. She woke with a start some hours later. The wind was howling around the eaves and down the chimney, making the night light flicker. When the howling paused momentarily, something scratched at the window pane. Just the creeper growing up the wall. No! Belinda assured herself stoutly that wouldn't have wakened her. So what did? She lay straining her ears. Was that a footstep? Something moaned softly. Belle sat Belle sat bolt upright. Fuck. Belle sat bolt upright. A white figure drafted towards her from the direction of Derek's room. It had a head but no face. When she sat up, the moaning grew louder. The figure floated on across the room, and then came a rattling noise. Belinda screamed. Whoa! They do moan and groan. A ghost. I had no idea this book had ghosts in it. Like, I had no idea. I just knew it was Christmas and horror. Ooh. R.E. Christmas Chronicles. Just totally getting pranked right now. Maybe. But that was the end of chapter 4. What do we think? Ooh, okay. We're actually getting somewhere! Yay! And it seems like we're taking the POV of Belinda now. We just kicked Daisy to the curb, I guess. Belinda is her daughter, so. Real ghost. Scooby-Doo. True. It could be Scooby-Doo. It could be, they talked about it earlier. Maybe it's Derek pranking her or something. Wow. What do we think so far? Right now I'm like, okay, come on, let's get into it. And we're starting to get into it slowly. They're taking their sweet time. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. I agree. It's interesting. Ah, yeah, wow! Daisy is adorable. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Well, if we gotta go all the way from the beginning to get the lore. We have to find out her trauma. I don't... Surely it won't be boring. Whoa. I don't know. Well, we're in with the title of Mistletoe and Murder, and this is what we're hearing so far. So, I don't know if you'd have any, better outcome, Okay, I think this one, chapter 5, is only 10 pages. Yeah. We got ghosts. Yeah, we got ghosts. We got ghosts. I'm intrigued now. Now that we finally got something going on. Alright. Ghosts. We'll read chapter 5 and see how we feel. Alright. Chapter 5. Daisy and Alec had retired early, though a considerable time passed before they settled to sleep. Daisy lay in bed, curled up against Alec, with his arm around her waist. He was already asleep. She mused on how wonderful life was before. Oh. She mused on how wonderful life was. Before she was married, she hadn't realized that one could miss a person physically as well as emotionally, and after just a couple of days apart. She was glad they had a double bed. No modern nonsense about separate singles in this old-fashioned house. She was thinking drowsily. Then she heard Belinda scream. Daddy! Alec steered. Daisy sprung out of bed, not wasting time, hunting for her abandoned nightie. He grabbed her dressing gown, pulling it on. She grabbed her dressing gown, pulling it on as she felt her way through the pitch darkness. Barefoot on a chilly polished floorboards. Where was the door? Oh, for Oh, for the flip of a switch. A narrow line of light from a lamp left in the passage showed her the way. Flinging open the door, she stumbled upon the awkward stairs to Belinda's room. The child's voice was a wail now. Daddy! Darling, I'm here. Everything's all right. Did you have a bad dream? As she spoke, Daisy gathered the sobbing girl in her arms, glancing around the dimly lit room. A paler rectangle, the door to the clergy's room, was open! Uh-oh, whoa, whoa. Daisy's upbringing had not been so sheltered. She hadn't heard tales of clergymen who ain't no way. Nope. 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 Luckily, it ends at ... A ghost! It was a ghost, Mummy! All white, moaning and rattling its chains! Did it touch you, darling? Even as she spoke, Daisy became aware of voices in the next room. Wait here, Belinda. I'm going to see what's going on. Mr. Calloway, fully dressed, had the ghost by its... I had the ghost? What? Had the ghost by its thoroughly corporeal wrist. It had on an ankle-length white garment with a lacy white shawl completely covering its head. Dabbling in the occult, the clergyman was saying sternly. A highly dangerous pastime. You put your immoral soul in danger for the sake of a silly prank. Let go of me. It was just in fun. Jemima, whispered Belinda, slipping her hand into Daisy's. She doesn't like Derek and me. The supernatural is not fun. From playing the ghost, you may easily come to the deadly sin of attempting to rise ghosts and spirits. I hardly think so, said Daisy, walking in. A stupid bit of mischief, that's all, isn't it, Jemima? I have a word to say to you, young lady, but we don't want to keep Mr. Calloway from his deviations. She had noticed a pillow on the floor by the bed, indented by 2 knees. I'm sorry to hear you make light of this, Miss Fletcher. However, this is not the time for serious remonstricles. What? Remonstricles? Remonstrances? I don't know. I shall speak to her parents in the morning and ask their permission to see if I cannot make her see the evil of her tricks. This is a troubled house. I shall pray for all within its walls. Daisy was tempted to say, not for me, thank you, but that would be very bad example for the girls, and anyway, she was far too well brought up. Good night, she said instead, and beckoned impersonally to the ghost. She was her mother's daughter in that. She thought ruefully, even with bare feet and no nightdress under her dressing gown. She thought making a gesture imprevious enough to bring Jemima slouching after her into Belinda's room. Shutting the door, she moved to stand on the bedside rug, saying, Belinda, get back into bed before you catch cold. Jemima, take your grandmother's shawl off your head, if you please. Now tell me, why did you play such an unkind trick on a youngster child who is a guest in your house? Why did you want to frighten Belinda? I don't care about frightening Belinda, Jemima said, sulkingly. I just wanted to make Mr. Calloway go away. I think I know the murderer. Guys, I think Daisy's inclination of Jemima might be true. Mr. Calloway, why on earth? He's upset everyone. He's going to absolutely ruin Christmas. I suppose you'll tell everyone what I did, she snarled at Belinda. No, I shan't. I don't carry tales. Mr. Calloway's going to tell your parents, Daisy pointed out. You'll have to explain to them what it was all about. Now you better get off to bed. You better get to bed. Off with you. Jemima left through the door to the landing, which Daisy had left open. As she closed it behind her, the handle rattled slightly. That's what it was, said Belinda. That's the noise I thought was chains. It must have been Mr. Calloway's door handle, and I should think what woke me up was when she came in through Derek's door. She came through Derek's room? I think so. When I saw her, she was coming from that direction. Do you think he's all right? Belle started climbing out of bed. You just stay put, young lady. Oh no. And do your best to go back to sleep. I'll see to Derek. Daisy wondered if she'd find her nephew cowering under the bedsheets. She should have known better. He was fast asleep, sprawled on his back, and bedclothes around his waist. She pulled them up around his neck, tucked them in, and went back to her own room. Alec was fast asleep, as Derek, of course. He'd worked hard all week and had the exhausting task of bringing her mother, plus children and a puppy from London, to Bracton. Yet before their marriage, he would have awakened at the slightest sound of distress from his precious daughter. Daisy sighed. She supposed it was flattering that even dead to the world, he relied on her to take care of Belle. Icy feet against his thighs brought only an indistinct mutter as his arm closed around her again. Feeling wide awake, she started to try to puzzle out what Jemima had really been up to, and what it had to do with whatever was going on with the rest of the Norvilles. But in spite of the subject's fascination, within a couple of minutes, she drifted off. When Daisy and Alec went down to breakfast on Christmas Eve, only Miles was in the dining room. Your two are off somewhere doing something deadly secret, he reported as they helped themselves to the sideboard. Not outside, I hope, said Daisy, looking at the rain beating against the window. I think not. They took the pup out for a quick dash earlier, then apologized profusely to her for shutting her up again. What? To her for shutting her up again. Oh, for putting her in the house. Yeah. What's in the syrup? So I suspect they're in the old house, I suppose. I suppose they're to be trusted not to do any danger? Oh, yes, they're good children. Daisy sat down opposite the young man. On the whole, Alec qualified. You did warn them to be especially careful, I trust. I told them father would beat them within an inch of their lives if anything was broken. Oh, I remember the time well, that's water under the bridge. It's about the only thing that really gets his goat. The Rev was fulminating? Truly 1920. Against Jemima this morning, but father didn't seem to care a hoot. I suppose you know what that was all about? Daisy exchanged a glance with Alec, whom she told about the night's adventures. I see you know all and are not going to tell me, said Miles. Well, I'll worm it out of Mother. She was pretty annoyed about Jemima's shenanigans. Jemima's been sent up to Windwool for Gran. I was asked to present Mother's excuses for not being here when you came down. She's gone to consult Mrs. Pardon about Christmas frolics. Yep. The Pardon being expected to cooperate for once because there's a lady in the house with a capital L. Said lady is breakfasting in bed, I understand. Said lady always does, Daisy affirmed. I hope Mrs. Pardon has assigned a maid to her full time. I'm surprised she didn't bring her own woman. Lady Dalrymple gave her maid Christmas off, said Alec, assuming that Lord Westwood's house would have plenty of well-trained servants. Plenty of housemaids. Miles looked at Daisy. Am I out of line, Mrs. Fletcher, if I say we've all been wondering why Lady Dalrymple chose to come to Brockton for Christmas? I never attempt to explain anything Mother does, Daisy said lightly. Where is everyone else? The Rev is in the chapel, praying to be preserved from Gran's idols. That's crazy. You haven't seen them yet, have you, sir? I'll take you up after breakfast. If you like, they're rather magnificent. So Daisy tells me. Uncle Victor's dragged a couple of gardeners out to cut a Christmas tree and some greenery. Flick? Oh, good. Oh, good morning, sir. Miles jumped up as an elderly gentleman in a decently damp tweed suit came into the room. Sit down, my boy, and finish your breakfast. Mr. Spoon, oh no. I wonder. Maybe they'll probably say with all these describing, you know. Just a last cup of coffee. Will you have one, Mrs. Fletcher? May I present my grandfather, James Tremaine? Yeah. And Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher, sir. So this was the solicitor, Dora Neville's father, who had paid for Miles's schooling and now employed him. How do you do, Mr. Tremaine? Yeah. Daisy said with a smile, Don't tell me you walked over from Calstock in this weather. Pooh-poo. Pooh-poo. A bit of a freeze and a drop of rain, and nothing to a countryman, Mrs. Fletcher, I assure you. He stood on the hearth, his back to the fire, his steaming clothes releasing an odor of cigars into the room. Now, the weather forecast is something different. I listened to it this morning on my wireless receiver. I have an excellent wireless set. They say this wind will grow to gale force in the course of the morning. That's why I came over early. We're quite sheltered at Brockton, said Miles, taking his grandfather a cup of coffee. I dare say it won't I dare say it won't amount to much expect for those at sea. But you better reckon to spend the night, sir. Perhaps so. I wouldn't wish to put out Lord Westmore's guests. You won't do that, Mr. Tremaine. Yep. Daisy assured him her mother could not possibly have any greater objection to a country solicitor than she already did to a... Okay. She already did do... Yep. and her host's absence. The more the merrier, especially at Christmas. He beamed at her. Just what I think, dear lady. And that reminds me, I brought the post with me, and there was a letter for Lady Dalrymple. Lady Dab. as well as one or two for your father. Miles, and the newspapers. They are on the hall table. Godfrey doesn't take a newspaper, so I generally bring a couple when I come over. I expect you'd like to see the Times, Mr. Fletcher. Alec agreed, though his usual paper was the Daily Chronicle. Chronicle. a shockingly liberal choice for a policeman. They chatted about the news of the day for a few minutes. The Chronicles. Is there a gamer word? No, it's not a gamer word. It's just... Dark Side Chronicles. Until a maid came in and said to Daisy, "Please, madam, her ladyship wants to see you." "Righto, I'll go up in a minute. Thank you." "Thank you?" The question mark. "Jenny, madam, right away, madam," her ladyship said. Her ladyship's in a proper state, madam, and I'm sure I hope 'tis not something I've done, British, but I weren't trained up for a lady's maid, and that's the plain truth of it. She'd have left you in no doubt if it were your fault, Jenny. Regretfully, Daisy abandoned what little remained of her sausage and toast. "Oh dear, what now, I wonder?" "I reckon it's the letter, madame," Jenny said as they left the dining room. Knowing Mr. Who's Jenny? Where'd you come from? My brain. Termini were come, and he sometimes bringing the post. I looked and saw it on the table when I were going up to her ladyship's breakfast things. I were going up to get ladyship's breakfast things, so I took it up to her ladyship. She sent me to run her a bath, and she were opening it when I left, and when I came back, she were in a state. I'm sure it must have been the letter. Thank you, Jenny. You can go now. I'll ring if you are needed. Hurrying up the stairs, Daisy wondered whom the letter was from, and what on earth it said that was so upsetting. It required her immediate presence. Surely not Violet. If anything had happened to her or the baby, she or Janine, I don't know, would have written to Daisy first and let her break it to their mother. Mother what? Mother what? Daisy, how could you be so remiss, to utter lacking in duty to your own parent, as to leave me to learn the truth from a stranger? Mother, I've already explained that Westmore didn't tell me he wasn't going to be here for Christmas, though I gather he's spent Christmas at Tavy, like Navy, but with a T, Bridge for years, and I didn't know Miss Norvell was Indian either. Indian? Oh my god. Lady Dornibble snorted and waved the offending letter, sitting up in bed in a powder blue quilted satin bed jacket. She was a study in outrage. This is the least of it. Whom is it from? Ava Devenish, an utterly reliable source. Blast, Daisy muttered. Lady Eva never invented gossip. She didn't need to. She had at her fingertips every scrape of scandal which had shaken the aristocracy in the past 5 or 6 decades. No use Daisy trying to cast doubt on whatever she had raked up this time. Lady Ava's not exactly a stranger, Mother, even if she isn't family, but how did she know you were here? I happened to run into her at, Claridge's. Yeah, where I spent Saturday night. Since your husband's house is not suitable for inviting your mother to stay when she is in town, we spoke briefly as she was rushing off somewhere, and she manages and how she manages it at her age, I cannot imagine. There's really something quite indecent about it, but I mentioned that I was a Westmore's guest at the my brain Brockton. If she had had the common courtesy to enlighten me there and then. Enlighten you about what, Mother? I suppose you believe the Indian person is the widow of the 6th Earl's youngest son. Honestly, I never thought twice about whose widow she is. She's not. If you want me to understand, you'll have to be less oracular during a nap. Hi, it's okay. Daisy said, patience wearing thin. Momentarily, the dowager looked flummoxed. Yep. As if she was being unflail. I don't know. Unflail? I don't know. Though I'm afraid being married to a policeman has not improved your manners, Daisy. Ava says it was all known at the time. I was much too young to hear about it, of course. Of course, Mother, said Daisy, less to redeem herself than the hopes of speeding the awaited revelation. My brain is imploding. My brain is disconnecting. I think this okay. Alrighty. Okay, we're almost done with chapter 5. Yeah, I'm like, what am I saying? What? Yeah. Thank you. It was in the 70s. I need to know more water. It was in the 70s. Albert Wesker? Norville was a subaltern. Yeah, in India. His commanding officer wrote to Westmore, the 6th Earl, that Albert was involved with a native woman and even had a child by her. Naturally, Westmore summoned Albert home. Lady Lample scanned the letter to refresh her memory of the misdeeds of the unfortunate Albert. His ship arrived in Plymouth. Some months later. He came? Naturally, in those days, one did not lightly disobey one's parents, according to Westmore's man of business in Plymouth. Albert called on him and learnt that his parents were in London, but his eldest brother, Lord Norville, was here at Brockton. He announced his intention of sailing up the Tamar to win Norville's support before he faced Westmore. How on earth did all this become known? Daisy demanded. According to Ava, the sixth countess was a thoroughly indiscreet woman, even a trifle underbreed. Okay. Of course, the shock must excuse a certain lack of self-control, Lady Dermupple said with conscious tolerance, though I should never allow myself such latitude. What shock, Mother? They were both drowned. Oh, that was the prologue. They were both drowned. What? Who? Albert and his brother. The servants here reported that they quarreled bitterly, and the sailors who took them down the river said they actually came to fisticuffs on the boat. They fell overboard and could not be saved. How dreadful! The middle brother became the 7th Earl, and the present Lord Westmore is his son. I shall write a stiff letter, a very stiff letter indeed. I consider this conduct towards me unconscionable. He does seem to have gone a bit too far, Daisy conceded. He's become downright eccentric since the war. But how did Miss Novell end up living here at Burdock, Mother? Surely Lady Ava hasn't left you in suspense. Miss Novell turned up in England some months later with 2 children, claiming to be married to Albert. She offered no proof, and the 6th Earl didn't believe her for a moment, but to keep her quiet he gave her an allowance and a home here as long as she had no claims. Can you imagine the scandal if newspapers had got a hold of the story? They would have had a field day, said Daisy, trying to imagine the feeling of the unhappy girl arriving in England with 2 little boys to find her husband dead and his family refusing to acknowledge her. Always supposing Albert had actually been her legal husband. Surely she would have had some sort of proof, though. Perhaps he had just gone through some sort of Hindu ceremony with her. I presume the Earl left provisions of her of ooh. I presume the Earl left provisions for her in his will, her mother continued, to save his heirs from any unpleasantness. But what possessed Westmore to suppose I would consider the woman an acceptable hostess is beyond me. I have a very good mind to leave immediately. What an excellent idea, Mother. I'm sure you could spend a very comfortable Christmas at Claridge's. Daisy's voice trailed off. She swallowed a sigh. Only even if we could summon a boat to take you to Plymouth. The weather is already foul and there are gale warnings on the wireless. I'm afraid you'll have to stay. That's the end of chapter 5. Where's the murder? Where's the murder? Where's the murder and the ghosts? We're just learning that she's like surely soon. The murder. Because chapter 10 is where the guy was already dead. On page 70. We just finished page 70. Whoa. Oh damn. Oh damn. I read the last sentence of chapter 6 because I was like, bruh. There's 8. Yeah, I'm not. I know. I just want to make sure. I just want to know if it's worth reading. All right, chapter 6. Probably the last chapter for today. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Huzzah. Well, chapter 10 is half, so. I didn't think we'd be here for almost 6 hours reading, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Alright. How's everyone enjoying the story? How many people are asleep? You know, you get your, you're getting, I am a little bit invested, even if my brain is turning into mush. Anyone having their about 4 p.m. nap? 3 p.m. nap? Midday nap? It's crazy I started this stream at 10. Alright. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Everyone helped with the Christmas decorations, even Lady Darlimple. What's her name, man? I don't want to keep calling her. I can't even read it. Dalrymple. Dalrymple? Such a weird name. Once she accepted the impossibility of leaving in a huff, she had descended to the hall in her best grandema demure, we'll say demure. In her best demure manner, she thoroughly enjoyed supervising the decking of it as far as Daisy could see. Captain Norville was the moving spirit, normally in charge, but the Dowager sent him and Alec, his able assistant, rushing back and forth with ladders. This paper chain, turned out by the dozen by Derek and Melinda, with Miles sorting the rainbow colors for them, hung not quite symmetrically. That bunch of mistletoe was not perfectly centered over the doorway. The captain accepted her ladyship's corrections with unfailing good humor. She seemed to have forgotten, however, temporarily, that she was the illegitimate offspring of a native, meekly accepting her ladyship's occasional conceding remarks. The native herself sat by the wide hearth. A noble fire burned there today, though its warmth was visited by the gale howling down the chimney. Mrs. Norville was turning scraps of wool into little dollies, which Jemima hung on the Christmas tree. Daisy and Felicity tied ribbons and sweets on the bunches and draped tinsel. Mr. Tremaine fixed the Christmas tree candles firmly on their little metal holders, while Dora Norville fussed over clipping them on safely. Her husband had fastened the silver paper star on the top. My model keeps on looking down. Ooh, fire candles. Fire lights, candles on the tree, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Therefore, he hurried about the hall, uttering cries of distress anytime a nail holding some ancient weapon was required to do double duty for a paper chain or bunch of holly. Whether his presence counted as helping was questionable, but at least he was present. Everyone was present, except the clergyman. Oh. Mistletoe, and is that the Moira? The Reverend Calloway stalked through the door from the east wing, his eyes on the green leaves and pearly berries dangling above him. Do druids worship here? And an evergreen tree? I sincerely believe my eyes. Why do you celebrate the holy birthday of our Lord with these pagan symbols? A Christmas tree is a pagan symbol. Mr. Calloway? Asked the captain, doubtfully and anxious. I'd never have guessed, I promise you. Stuff and nonsense, exclaimed Lady Dalrymple. My good man, my uncle the bishop saw no harm in Christmas trees. Your dogmatism? Dogmas? I don't know. Is preposterous. And as for mistletoe, a touch of pink tinted her cheeks, to Daisy's astonishment, mother blushing. Whoa. My late husband always insisted on mistletoe at Christmas. I'm sure if Lady Dalrymple has no objection, there is nothing more to be said. Godfrey Norville cast a defiant glance not at the clergyman, but at his own mother, as Daisy was interested to note. It's all for the children, Reverend, said Captain Norville, peremptorily. Now, Dalrymple, Rainbow, purple nurbles. There you go, Dalrymple. The old traditions are such fun, aren't they? There's another tradition which will be more to your taste. Padre? Wow. Well, Miles, said Miles, we're going to sing carols in the chapel this evening. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Calloway seemed mortified. I shall be mollified. Not mortified. I guess the opposite of mortified is mollified? I shall be pleased to join in hymns appropriate to the church calendar. Wow. Mr. Calloway, at the unexpected sound of Mrs. Norville's gentle voice, everyone turned to stare at her. I hope you will be so kind as to take a Christmas service for us in... I hope you will be so kind as to take a Christmas service for us in the chapel tomorrow morning. Gladly, ma'am. He didn't go as far as to smile, but the look he bent upon her was definitely softened. I am happy to see that so much... I am happy to see that so much proper feeling remains. Daisy saw the captain serendipitously wipe his forehead on what on earth could make it so important to him to keep the clergyman's right side. The gong in the east wing rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Captain Norville guilefully offered his arm to Lady Dalrymple. And she, after a moment's hesitation, designed to accept it. The rest followed them through to lunch. At last, said Derek. I thought we'd never get away. I don't mind, said Belinda. It was fun making decorations, and I like having lunch with the grown-ups. Anyway, Mummy wouldn't have let us go out while the wind was so strong, even if it stopped raining. The gale's blown away by the clouds. It's a good thing it didn't last long. Come on, let's get Nana. Belinda hung back. I still think we ought to tell someone where we're going, so Daddy can find us if... Oh, all right. We probably ought to ask Mr. Norville if it's all right to go there anyway, but don't breathe a word about what we found. What did we find? Belinda? Hi. Hello. Hi, Krupp. How are you? His hand touched his pocket. I've got my torch. She unveiled his pockets. Why were boys allowed to have great big pockets you could fit anything in, while girls could only fit a hanky in theirs? So true. Speak your truth. That's still today. It's to sell purses. It's to sell purses and bags. That's why. They found Godfrey Norville, you ask? You ask, Derek? You ask, Derek whispered. People always think boys are planning mischief. Please, sir, said Belinda, hoping that what they were planning didn't count as mischief. May we go out to the tower on the hill? Pinky in there, so true. The Prospect Tower? Yes, certainly. I don't believe it's locked. There's nothing in there you can damage. The 6th Earl had the rotten old stairs removed, so you can't come to any harm. With a rapturous... Yep. Nana bounced around them. They set off up the greasy hill. As they approached the tall stone tower, they saw that it was a triangle with concave sides, though from the distance it looked as square and solid as anything. No wonder it's called a folly, Derek said scornfully. But I bet you could see a long, long way from the top. I bet the smugglers used to signal to each other from the top. Then when it was safe, they used a secret passage to hide their loot. Contraband, Belinda corrected him. Pirates have loot. Pirates have loot. Never mind, it's all treasure. I hope the mechanism hasn't gone all rusty. It'll be jolly moody. Jolly moody. It'd be jolly moody if we can't get in. Oh wait, it's a negative? It'd be jolly moody if we can't get in. Everything's bound to be rusty with the rain coming in, she said, half disappointed, half relieved. Not if it's all inside the walls. Let's look at the map. Oh, they found the map. Okay, they found actually a map. Derek took from his pocket a piece of paper yellowed with age and not much improved by its last resting place. He knelt on the damp, rough floorboards and unfolded it with the greatest care, feeding off the puppy's inquisitive nose. Belle knelt beside him. Together they pored over the spindly, faded writing and diagrams. It's right opposite the door, said Belinda. 2 feet up. People wouldn't notice because it's below eye level. Derek jumped up. Come on. Belinda folded the map and brought it with her. She didn't want to enter any secret passage without instructions on how to get out again. Smart. Derek had already found the loose stone. He pried it out. And there it was, the promised lever. It moved with surprising ease. In the darkest corner of the tower, a square of floor swung downward. Gosh, Derek exclaimed, running over to the black hole. Derek, what if it's not safe after all? What do you mean? I was just thinking, if the floor was really, really old, wouldn't it be rotten? Like Mr. Norville said the stairs were? I think the 6th Earl must have put in a new floor, and he wouldn't do that without everyone finding out about the room underneath. Oh, well, maybe, but maybe they didn't find the secret tunnel on the map. That'll be where the treasure's hidden. He sat on the edge of the hole with his feet dangling and turned on his torch. I'm going down anyway. Look, there's steps. Abandoning whatever she had been sniffing in the far corner, Nina beat him to it. She trotted down the steps and disappeared into the blackness below. Derek hurried after her. Belinda didn't want to be left behind. Is there anything there? She called, feeling her way cautiously as Derek wasn't shining the torch towards the stairs. Treasure chests! Belinda was low enough now to see the torch beam playing over a stack of wooden boxes. They didn't look anything like treasure chests in the picture. In the pictures in Treasure Island or the Arabian Nights. Are they locked? Can you open them? Derek was raising a lid, shining the light inside. Nothing. He dropped the lid, raised another. They say Darjeeling on the outside, and Belinda became close enough to read the large printed letters. Bajaring Calcutta, London. I bet they had tea in them. They used to smuggle tea as well as brandy, didn't they? Brandy for the parson. Yep. Parson Backy of the clerk. Laces for my lady. Laces? They smuggled shoelaces? No, silly. French lace for dresses and things. The song doesn't say tea, though. Never mind. They're all empty anyway. Let's find the tunnel. It said we have to close the trap door. I don't think... Don't be such a girl, Belle. Come and help. What the heck? What do you mean? What the hell? Derek. Rude. It took all their united strength to lift the trap door into place. Derek had to lie down the torch so that was no help, nor was Nana, who kept getting in the way. At least it clicked into place above them. The sound gave Belinda a sort of horrid, hollow feeling inside. Derek retrieved his torch. He flashed it around the stone-walled room. I can't see anything, he said, bitterly disappointed. Let's look at the map again. As he turned towards Belinda, the beam swung across the area which had been hidden by the trapdoor. No, look, she cried, pointing. A latch! It'd be jolly hard to see with just candles. It was a large but perfectly ordinary latch of gray painted metal without a speck of rust. They raised it and pulled with all their might on the handle. With much creaking and groaning, a wood door faced with very thin stone slabs swung open. An earthly smell wafted out. Let's go, shouted Derek, and plunged into the narrow tunnel. Relieved by his torch, Nana frisked after him. Wait, Belinda wanted to say. What if there's a skeleton? But that would only make him call her a girl in that horrid way. Remember, I haven't gotten a torch, and shouldn't we put something to block the door if it doesn't close? Good idea. We'll use one of those chests. Belle breathed a silent sigh of relief. At least she knew they could get out again. The tunnel was perfectly beastly. She couldn't see much because Derek went ahead, but at least he was the one who got cobwebs in his face. Not that he minded. First there was a slope going down, then a long flight of stone steps on the plan. On the plane, it looked as if... Or plan. Bleh. On the plan. Yeah, the plan. Yeah. On the plan, it looked as if there was a room at the end. Derek, if we find the treasure, we can't keep it, can we? Blast! He stopped dead, turned and shone the torch into her eyes. She covered them with one hand and flapped at him with the other. He lowered the beam to her feet, which wasn't much help. I suppose we can't, but who do you think it belongs to, Mr. Norville? I don't think so. I don't think any of the stuff is his. He's just frightfully keen on it. I think everything belongs to Lord Westmore. I wish we could give it to Mrs. Norville. The old lady? Yeah, she's nice. Couldn't we give it to her secretly? We have to find it first. Come on. Nana added a hurry up bark. They went on, and suddenly the passage ended, and they stepped into a sort of half cave, half room. It was quite small, square, with 3 walls of rock and packed earth shored and with it was quite small, square, with 3 walls of rock and packed earth, shorn up with wood, one of neat stonework. No skeleton, said Belinda. Meow. Relieved. No treasure chest. Meow, said Derek gloomingly. What a washout. Maybe there's another map, she consoled him. We haven't heard the other desk yet. The one in the south room. But look, Nana's got something. Nana, drop it. Nana didn't want to give up her find, but Belinda made her sit, and Derek pried it from her jaws. I know, Morgan. Let me finish this page, and I'll open the door for you. She barked as he examined it, with Belinda allowed to hold the torch. What is it, Derek? It looks like a dagger in a sheath. Gosh, it's almost as good as treasure. Whoa, they found a knife. A knife! Meow. Come on, Morgan, I'll let you out. Excuse me. Okay. They found a knife! Thank you. Holding one end, he pulled on the other. A blade slid out. It wasn't rusty, but it had rusty brown stains on it. Blood? Said Derek, with ghoulish glee. I bet someone was murdered with this. It doesn't look much like a dagger, though, just a knife. You'd think Lord Westmore would want it. Belle? Maybe he'd let me keep it. He might. If it's historical, Mr. Novell will want it. He'd probably get to keep it. But I found it. Nana found it. And she's got something else. Quick, get it away from her. How ragged and dirty the dirty rag had been before the puppy got a hold of it, and Derek wrestled it from her, would remain. And how ragged and dirty the dirty rag had been before the puppy got a hold of it and wrestled it from her would remain a mystery. He swore it was bloodstained. It was a bloodstained handkerchief. Belle was not so sure, but no doubt that would also remain a mystery. At least no one else will want it, she said. I'm going to keep it forever, Derek vowed. Let's see if we're missing anything else. In examining every inch of the cave room, they discovered a door in the woodwork. See if it opens, said Belinda. See if it opens, said Belinda. I don't want to go back through the horrid tunnel if I don't have to. It might be difficult, Derek admitted, his voice suddenly shaky. I think my battery's dying. He laid the torch on the floor, but it's now wavery light. By its now wavery light, they shoved frantically on the door. At last it opened an inch or two, just enough to let in a streak of greenish light. There it stuck. It's going to get dark outside soon, Belinda felt, her eyes fill with tears. She didn't want to be buried alive, not now, when she had a puppy and a brand new mummy, and poor Daddy would be awfully sad. The end of that was chapter 6. Hi, hello. what we think of chapter 6. A cliffhanger! Yes, yes, a cliffhanger. Whoa. Things are happening, yes. And I know, I'm sorry to leave it on a cliffhanger, but that will be it for today. Because I'm hungry. Maybe if we, tomorrow, if we finish the game faster than I think we will, then we could read more. So, yippee! Yippee! When we finish. Okay, good. Sounds great. Yeah. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. What'd you guys think? What'd you guys think of the book so far in our reading stream? This is like the third one I've done. Reading. Good. Yippee. I really like this vibe. Very cozy, warm vibe that we got going on here. I like audiobooks. Yippee. Yippee. I might not be a very eloquently spoken audiobook, but you know, that adds the charm, I'd say. Oh, yay, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. And I hope I hope the story is intriguing you as much as it's intriguing me. And as well as I hope it gave you a good nap. Good nap. We had a good nap. Whoa. So many people live right now. Wait. Thank you. I'm glad you guys had a good time. And if you're new here, hi, I'm Jasper Geist. I'm a ghost VTuber and I play a variety of spooky, scary games. But today we read a spooky, scary book with ghosts. So yeah, if you're new here, I stream Monday through Friday around 10 a.m. PST. And if I'm not here at that time, you can join the Discord, !Discord, where there's a schedule, so you can know when I go live. Yippee! Yip! Yippee! Actually, I'm gonna check something. And this will... What's today? 17th. Ah! She goes live at 6. I was thinking maybe she'd go live at 5. Because then I'm like, we could raid Mon! But... never mind then. If it was like, oh, okay, only like that much time, then we could do it, but... guess we keep going! Let me see. 30-minute break. La 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 la. I'll go. I'll go take a bathroom break and I'll think about it. So, BRB, and you go get drink, tinkle, stretch, all that good stuff too. I'll be right back. Hello? I was like, did the music end? It did not. Boo. I'm back. Hello. Hello. Thank you. I don't know how much reading my brain can handle. How much more. Wait. Chapter 7 looks really long. I think it's 15 pages. Y'all want more book? Hear that? Dealer's choice. Seems everyone else has gone to bed. They're all me, honk shoeing. Yeah. I think what we're gonna do is we'll leave tomorrow. Tomorrow we will continue our Resident Evil The Dark Chronicles game. And then afterwards we'll do some more reading. But as for today, I think we're good because I don't think my brain can handle talking anymore. But thank you everyone again for hanging out, and I hope you enjoyed the reading as much as I did. It was very fun, and it's nice to read a book where I'm knowing what's happening for the most part. Yeah, it has been a long time. 6 hours of non-stop speaking. Yeah, and if you want more book, then I gotta rest, you know? Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it has been a hot minute. 6 hours of reading. Damn. 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 Thank you everybody for hanging out with me today. I had a good time and I hope you did too. And I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. for some more Resident Evil Dark Chronicles and probably book reading from what you guys are saying. So yeah, and then remember Friday we're baking cookies. Oh shit, that means tomorrow I need to bake a test batch. I might go shopping today. I might go shopping after sometime later tonight, or I gotta go get the ingredients, and then I gotta pre-make the dough tomorrow, and then so then yeah, we have dough to actually bake that day. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah, it's gonna be so much fun. So much fun. So yeah, thank you everybody. I hope we're gonna be rating into Meadowabempus, and they're currently playing some Demon School. Yeah, and we y'all know Meadowabempus. We love Meadowabempus. Meadowabempus. Yeah. We're gonna go raid into Meadow. Thank you again, everybody, for hanging out with me today. Check out, join the Discord if you want to know more about what we do. X-Boy socials, follow my socials. Hey, there's a new YouTube short, and today there's also one on Monday. So yeah, Monday, Wednesday, and then on Friday there'll be a new one. So go check that out. Yeah, exclamation point raid 1 for subbies, exclamation point 2 for followers. And thank you guys again for all the support today. Holy, you guys exploded the sub goal at 34 out of 5. Thank you. So thank you. I really appreciate it. What the hecky? And since everyone's asleep, so y'all, epic stuff is happening. Just saying. Everything is it's coming all together. It's coming together. I'll just say that. Yeah. Yeah, everyone have a good rest of your evening. Get some good food. Get some good some dinner or lunch. Most likely dinner. Yeah. But yeah, thank you everybody. Have a good rest of your evening and I will see you tomorrow. Let's go say hi to Medical Bempest. Bye-bye. Bye.